Streaming live, here we go.
Okay.
Good afternoon, this is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for August 11, 2020, the 2 p.m. session. No public testimony is taken during this review session. The first case to be discussed is 2019 7BZ 3341 Country Club Road, the Bronx.
Okay. The only items that we were waiting for were environmental, and these are all clear, correct, Tracy?
Yes.
I want to just have a note to our council when they're putting together the project for sending the DOB, that a site plan delineating Department of Buildings versus Army Corps jurisdiction was provided on July 24th and should become part of the set. It was just provided as a standalone document and it needs to get combined into one set. So I'm okay with this. Are there any other outstanding issues commissioners would like to raise or council or seeker review? No. Okay, so then I'd like, okay, so that's all then.
Next item is 2019 24BZ 2721 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we expect to have testimony and this, I see 11 attendees, so I suspect that people are calling in about this. This is a review session for the benefit of the public who just called in about this, and we'll be able to talk about it. You'll be able to call in a little while, but this is a review session where we don't take testimony, okay? And in maybe 20 minutes, we'll be able to have you call in, actually give testimony. As with an earlier application, we heard in the course of these hearings in the last 2 days, this one has significant community opposition, and this teleconference hearing should have been renoticed or noticed. If there are further hearings on this application, and I don't know whether there will be further, it must be noticed to the community. But the fact that we have so many attendees gives me the impression that people were aware of this hearing in any event, but it's there's a lot of interest in the case. At the January hearing, we suggested that only in-ground landscaping could satisfy the buffering between the garage and the neighbors. The applicant opted to ignore this direction and continues to insist on rooftop planting. Though the dreamscape renderings are very nice, and I say dreamscape because renderings are in fact just dreams. I don't agree that this is believable or a viable solution. One rendering even shows a forest scape that would be much deeper than the mere 8 feet of front to back of raised planting bed and require much deeper room for tree balls than the 42 inches that are provided. So you can draw anything, the trees will grow, you know, to the size of a forest on a drawing, but in real life, that's not what happens. And so I want to say this is not Miami. This is not the High Line, nor will it be operated by the Department of Parks, nor owned by a landscaping firm who might ensure the health of the vegetation. This appears to me, these drawings and the proposal appears to me to be an effort to dupe the board and possibly a future court, because I believe this case would be litigated if the board denies the application. So an attempt to dupe the court into believing this planting will work when it won't. With respect to that, we don't even allow on-grade businesses to put their buffering landscaping in above ground planters because we know the planters don't survive the freeze cycles in New York. That's why I said it's not Miami. So we don't even allow gas stations to have above ground planters. Why should we consider an above ground, and that's an above ground planter that's sitting above actually 50-degree ground levels. So arguably warmer conditions than this open situation here. So the so-called, what's being described, state-of-the-art sound fence barrier mentioned in the cover letter is actually vinyl sheeting hung over chain link fencing and used in applications where there are existing conditions where existing minimal sound sources are at issue. It's not for use in a new condition where dozens of motors and car stacking equipment will be making a constant racket to address the need for customer parking. Acoustical walls are used when sound sources are significant, not this little vinyl sheet you hang on a chain link fence. And while I don't doubt that installing a car elevator and other improvements to the cellar and first floor of the garage will improve throughput, these changes were obviously necessary to address very poor conditions independent of the roof parking. That is what the community board is complaining about. They're not actually looking at future conditions. They're looking at current conditions and seeing how terrible it is. And Commissioner Otley Brown actually described her site visit, several site visit experiences with this location. The owner is only looking at such improvements about the elevator and so on condition of our granting of this special permit. But I would say it will double the total number of cars in the operation and likely more with valet parking. So even if we permitted certain number of cars on the roof, I can see from other examples of this type of use that they pack the cars in as soon as they have the opportunity. So a valet parker does a great job. They park the cars and it's kind of amazing how many cars they can fit in, even when there's just stripe spaces. They exceed the stripe spaces. So to put in perspective, 42 spaces are required for the 25,000 square foot automotive sales building. The As of Right project has 123 cars, and with the approval, 239 cars will be installed there. So the effort is apparently to increase significantly the number of cars for sale on display, and then to increase very significantly the amount of cars that would be parked on the roof to allow more customers. So you're talking about an extreme number of cars coming and going, far in excess of what we see now. There is also no explanation for why the first cellar and first floors can't be packed as of right, the way it is proposed with the roof parking. So they could, if they actually they have valet parking, if they want to do it as of right, why don't they just park more cars in there in the existing building? The parking study takes the position that absent the requested grant, customer parking would continue on the street. But this is a new building or a building enlargement, and 42 on-site spaces are required to support it. So it's not an option. You must provide the 42 spaces right now. So an as-of-right building would already have the 45 customer spaces without this grant, and most of the argument is about how we want to have 45 spaces plus a few more, another 30 spaces, and that will meet the needs that are so terrible today, will compensate for the terrible conditions. And the current conditions as described in the parking study are already extreme. That's today's conditions, 154 appointments on a typical Saturday, and 150 sidewalk crossings per hour, which is described as 30 appointments per hour, which is equal to 60 in and out, passing through the driveways in and out per hour, plus 45 test drives, which is 90 in and outs per hour. That's 150 crossings. So that certainly renders the sidewalks unusable for pedestrians. And so I understand the comments from the community board. You just can't use the sidewalks, and allowing for additional capacity will no doubt increase this. So they have not figured out a solution for their current problem. And now they're talking about almost doubling the amount of cars on the lot. The parking study also stated that it advised the owners of the site to find off-site parking spaces. Based on the numbers in this study, the owner should have done this and continue to do this, since the Saturday appointment schedule far exceeds what even the proposed project could handle. So did they find off-site parking? Will they maintain the off-site parking? Even independent of whether we decided to grant some version of rooftop parking, they would need to retain an off-site parking solution because they're exceeding what they're providing on site. They're exceeding the demand on site. The parking study also stated that it advised the owners to find, I'm sorry, I just read that. The community board and neighborhood opposition to the application is impossible for me to ignore. And I want to say that I do see the letters of support from elected officials and some charities. And I find that, let's just say, the charities I understand because donations are given to the charities. And so, of course, they're supporting the generosity of this organization. And I'm sure that the business is generous and gives donations to elected officials and to charities and so on. So they may be very generous, but that doesn't have really anything to do with the experiences of the community with respect to this use. And so I have to say, it's quite odd to me that the elected officials are supposed to be representing their community aren't hearing their complaints and their concerns. So this building backs up to the rear yards of small houses and already turns its blank one-story rear wall to them directly on the property line. I don't see any solution for this parking garage, rooftop parking, that meets the findings. If the owner wants more parking, they should do it as of right. The required 42 spaces can be accommodated inside. There are other automatic parking systems that we've seen often that could be used, and removal of the ramp, which is one of the impediments to parking, would allow for more space. And frankly, if the owner had been serious about concern for the neighbors, it would have applied to the BSA before the building was already constructed, so that it could respond to the board's comments. And so sort of to take the board comment aspect of it, because I do expect this would be litigated, and there were sort of veiled threats already that I kind of heard from counsel, from applicant's counsel. The only other solution I can think of is to reduce access to the roof by half, so that there is a significant distance from the cars to the rear of the property and the 10-foot high acoustical fence isn't visible. A 30-foot setback would give residents the type of rear yard clearance required by section 33-292 that regulates commercial buildings on zoning lots that are coincident with residential zoning lots above a height of 23 feet. In fact, in this case, as I was looking into that as a possible solution, I discovered that I don't actually even understand how this building is allowed within the 30 feet, since the one-story building is actually, according to the drawings we were provided, 25 feet above curve level to the roof. It says it's 40, the roof height is 48 feet and grade is 23 feet. And so our curb level is 23 feet. So that's 25 feet. It's only allowed to be 23 feet to the roof. So I actually don't understand how the building is permitted in the first place within that 30-foot rear yard, 30-foot setback. And the statement of fact states incorrectly that the roof is at 23 feet. So something is wrong there. And a car parked within the required 30-foot rear yard setback would exceed the maximum allowable. So that's section 33-292 that requires a 30-foot setback from the adjacent residential lot. And so the cars would be higher within that 30-foot distance than the allowable above 23 feet. So I don't think it's allowed in the first place without a variance, which of course this is not an application for a variance. Tellingly, the rooftop parking of the Bay Ridge Chevrolet at 1575 86th Street, which is referred to in the Stonefield study, is set back not less than 30 feet from the residential property lines of the 7 houses that back up to it. It isn't clear how it has parking on the roof, which is described on a certificate of occupancy as auto storage. And it's the subject of a 1951 BSA variance, which expired in 2001. So I don't even know if it's a legal case situation. Similarly, the urban cartographic study that was recently provided to us doesn't indicate how the rooftop parking locations came to be. As far as I can tell, most are pre-61 buildings or 1960s BSA grants, and some have the first row of cars very far away from residents or isolated from residential lots by other at-grade uses. So for instance, a driveway that separates the rooftop parking from the residential property lines. Notably, all are in lower income neighborhoods, and this is a theme that I'm encouraging all of us to continue to pursue, as we've been doing for quite a long time. So I would like to see, given that this is a request to put rooftop parking behind houses in a neighborhood that is not affluent, I would like to know what the version of this rooftop parking would be if it was up against the rear of townhouses in Brooklyn Heights or in the Upper East Side. They would never do this. And so at this point, so I'm sorry, I have more on this. We need to have a complete record. And the idea of setting the parking very far back from the property line is independent of the negative impact of adding additional cars to the already congested stream that causes pedestrians to stay away from this area as described in the community board's recommendation, and which applicant has not addressed at all. Of the 150 foot of frontage of the addition that's now under construction or almost complete, a full 50% of it is in curb cuts. And how does also, in terms of the drawing, how does that last curb cut work that serves both the ramp down and to the elevator? Doesn't the down ramp traffic compete with the elevator traffic, since there is only a 13-foot wide curb cut that can handle only one car at a time? See any reservoir area at all, which we discussed before, for the customer valet parking, in particular in front of the elevator to the roof. If it is as busy as described by many, cars will line up on the sidewalk and street. The so-called, quote, significant throat length described in the statement of facts is not a reservoir. The Stonefield report just argues that at present there is a big need for parking and that there is no on-street parking. It doesn't address the problems caused by the current demand, completed as of right building demand, and the proposed demand. That's what it was supposed to be doing in its study. Nor does it explain why off-street parking to meet overflow isn't the best solution given the severe impacts on pedestrian and traffic circulation. And then we also don't have yet DOT sign off, and fire department just submitted to us a letter of objection, which I'll read because we just received it. I don't know if the applicant has seen it. So it says the fire department's Bureau of Fire Prevention has reviewed the latest submitted plans for the above noted application to be heard by the board on August 11th. The fire department, as per our letter of January 25th, 2020, continues to object to this application for the following reasons. 1, access to the roof has not been provided by means of openings in the parapet wall for members to safely access the roof with equipment. Openings must be provided in order for fire department to stage to fight any fires for motor vehicles stored in parking stackers. In addition, no fire protection suppression system has been proposed for the parking stackers at the roof. This will allow for fire to spread to adjacent motor vehicles, gasoline powered and electric powered, that cannot be contained, and will also affect the integrity of the roof structure. Our office will be notifying the Department of Buildings Office of Technical Certification and Research, and request that a fire department letter of approval for rooftop access and the installation of parking stackers will be required for application number, and it gives the alteration number. We respectfully request that the board direct the applicant to file the required documents with the fire department for variances to comply with our objection to this application. Okay, so I'm sorry for the long-winded everything. We also have open noise that needs to be reviewed by DEP. And as I said, open DOT issues. And Tracy, if I left anything out, please feel free to jump in.
That's it.
Okay, okay. Sorry for the long-winded, but commissioners should understand that we are likely to be sued if we were to decline this application. So please be very clear in your comments. And yeah, so Vice Chair Shanda.
Okay, thank you. So in comparing the initial proposal to the revised proposal, I just want to correct a couple of facts. One is, in the initial proposal, the applicant was proposing to locate 64 vehicles for sale in the cellar. And under the revised, it is proposing 20 customer parking and 64 sales. And on the first floor, all will be sales parking. Only thing, the number of vehicles that are going to be on display under the revised has reduced from 96 to 82. And in the roof, the applicant is proposing 73 customer parking spaces. So the major revision is that the total number of parking spaces, as you mentioned, has increased from 223 to 239. But in that, the most increase has been in the customer parking. Before, the total number of customer parking that was being proposed, 63, now it is 93. And the number of vehicles for sale has decreased from 160 to 146. So my first question, as you had mentioned, when the applicant went to DOB to file an application for the enlargement of this building or for a construction of a new building, whichever way it is, it had to be able to show that it was going to provide the required amount of parking spaces, which is, by my calculation, is 42 parking spaces should have been provided on site. It would have either had to be located in the cellar or on the first floor. So at a minimum, the applicant should be starting with an as-of-right plan indicating where the as-of-right parking spaces would be located, and then requesting to BSA for the additional difference of the parking spaces that they would need to satisfy the customer parking need on the roof. The applicant has not done that to date. And I think from my point of view, that is the extent that I would be willing to consider as to whether that is needed. And they need to justify that need, and then also where in the roof, therefore, that number of parking spaces would be. It definitely will not be 93 spaces. They are accommodating other parking need from their other businesses on this site. That's what's going on. The plan that applicant has provided, all it does is that it just provides a slightly deeper bed, and it puts a fence in between the landscaping and the parking area to reduce the acoustical, to address the acoustical issue. I agree with Madam Chair that that fence is inadequate, and since it's a new construction, it needs to be much more of a robust, solid construction of an acoustical fence that needs to be provided. Acoustical structure, not fence, acoustical structure that has to be provided. And in our previous review, we had asked the applicant to provide information about the, and this goes back to my next comment is about traffic circulation, because a number of vehicles that are going to be parked here by customers, number of vehicles that are going to be here for display is significant. And we had asked at the last hearing is where are the car trailers are going to be, where are they going to be parked? How are they going to drop off and deliver? And how is that not going to affect a flow of vehicular traffic in and out of this building? None of those were responded to at this recent submission. The hours of delivery, how long does it take to unload? All of those specific questions we had asked have not been responded to. The other question was that on the roof, if you look at the roof plan, you see that, I guess this is in response to fire department's access, the parking vehicles that are fronting on the roof, that would be fronting along northern Nostrum, they are located like 6 feet or so from the parapet wall. I'll leave it to fire department to determine whether that's adequate or not. And it seems from the letter that they have, we just received today, it still has not been addressed. Again, just to ensure that the parking, if we are going to allow roof parking spaces, we need to be extremely careful to mark out every territory where a vehicle can be parked and where a vehicle should not be parked. And if that requires a physical construction of some sort to prevent vehicles from moving out of its alignment, so be it. And so with that, I think there has to be some kind of a metal guardrail or some kind of a guardrail that clearly provides a barrier between the fire zone and where the vehicles are going to be parked. I am extremely uncomfortable with the idea of having stackers being placed on the roof. I have only seen one case where a stacker has been allowed, and this was for a site in Manhattan in a commercial district, high density commercial district. And even in there recently, the stacker was removed. And here we are talking about a stacker that is next to a residential. And the line of sight is not just from those buildings that are behind it. The line of sight is for those buildings that are across the street from Nostrum, behind those commercial buildings. So the stackers can make a lot of noise. Yes, when you initially put them, they're all nice, they're well oiled, but over the time, it's going to make noise. And there is no assurance that someone by mistake is not going to put the vehicles fronting the residence and with the headlights on. So there are so many errors that can happen along the way that we shouldn't be allowing for those chances to happen. And so we need to be extremely careful whether we do allow stackers here. So with that, I also was somewhat, I thought the urban cartography study was disconcerting because it provided samples of rooftop parking abutting residences and how it showed the parapet wall was blocking, was the sole blocking mechanism, whereas here a beautiful landscape, like you said, a dreamland landscape facility was going to be provided, which again, I'm not a landscape engineer and architect, so I'm not convinced. I'm not sure it can be done because we have not seen it successfully being implemented. And that's where I end.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I share the same misgivings as the two of you. As for the landscaping, I'm just wondering whether or not that 3.5 feet of soil base is enough to sustain the plants that they want to put in there long term. I have misgivings about it being an above ground planter because it'll be exposed to the elements, and so it is likely to freeze. Another thing about it is the renderings they showed us showed the plants in full bloom, which I assume is only during the warmer months. And they're not really showing what the rendering would be like in the winter when these plants aren't flowering. And so I would predict that you're going to be able to see the wall clearly, which is going to be unsightly. Isn't this supposed to be 100% valet parking?
Yes. Yeah.
then I don't understand why the rendering shows people walking on the roof. Not workers, like people strolling on the roof. And not only that, if you look at the roof, they still have wheelchair parking spaces, which to me are unnecessary when no people are allowed up there. And there's a passenger elevator that goes up there too. So I'm a little concerned about whether or not after grant, if there is a grant, they're going to change their operation on the roof to allow people. That's a concern I have. As for the layout of the first floor in terms of the entry and the exit, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work because, you know, we raised a question about having reservoir spaces, adequate reservoir spaces to accommodate everybody. And all they did was say, oh, we have 40 feet lead up till the elevator. 40 feet lead is 2 cars at best. And that's on one side of the aisle. And the other side is supposed to be 2 cars that are leaving the elevator, which leads me to question, how are people going to drive the car into the elevator if that elevator is using that same lane to exit? So I don't know how that works, except that there's going to be a big commotion there unless they're planning on driving the cars in down to the cellar to wait for the elevator and then use the cellar elevator spot as an entryway to get up to the roof. That's the only thing I could think of. Otherwise, it's going to be mass confusion on that first floor. So, you know, those are my major questions here. So I don't think that they're there yet. I don't know if they can be there. You know, time will tell. I'm not going to rule them out just yet, but I still have a lot of issues with what they're proposing.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I have much left to say, but I'll add to what is being said, and I want to say that I agree with all what is mentioned. But in addition to that, I did Google, sorry about that. I did Google some information about the sort of trees that are proposed to be planted. And first of all, let me say that the depth left for the tree to grow is not 3.5 feet. It's just 3 feet, because if you look at the detail of the planter on L-004, it's 42 inches total, but there is 12 inches for the drainage board. So that leaves us with almost 30 inches if you take the 2-inch mulch. So it's about 30 inches. This is roughly like 2.5 feet. And when I looked at the root depths, the root system depth for the proposed trees, I see that it could be as deep as 3 feet. So I'm not sure if it's 3 feet and it just have 2.5. How's that gonna be like okay for the tree to grow and survive? The length of the tree or the height of the tree seems to be exaggerated on the detail and on the like rendering as well. So again, I'm not sure how is this detail created. The tree I'm talking about is the juniper one. I'm not sure if I'm even pronouncing this right, but it sounds like the length of that tree on average is probably 9 feet on average. And the fence itself is 10 feet, and it's at max. The tree could be as tall as the fence, not taller of that. The frost depths, or that in the world of geotechnical engineering and foundation engineering, when we design a footing in New York, as geotechnical engineers, we ask structural engineers to make sure that the depth to the bottom of the footing should be at least 3.5 feet in New York City. So I'm not sure if my understanding is that the limitation for the 3.5 feet is to make sure that the footing is bearing below or deeper than the frost depth, the depths that experience cycling of the thaw and freeze. So if the of only 2.5 feet going to be left for the tree, I believe it's going to be subject to these kind of freezing and thaw cycles. So I'm like skeptical about the chance the tree could survive in a condition like this. Noise wise, I really appreciate what the consultant did. He looked at every single event, like vehicle starting, stacker movement, the door close and open, the cars driving. But when you add up all these, he used a convention that add up quantities that are measured in a logarithmic scale. And he's saying if you have 2 decibel values that they do not differ by more than whatever, the addition of these 2 values, if they do not differ at all, the addition is actually one of them. So it's like if you add 44, 45, and 45, the resultant will be 45. But it's never gonna happen like that. But let's say if you add 44 and I'm sorry, it is the opposite actually. If you add 44 and 45, you have to add 3 decibels to like the largest of them. And I just want to remind the consultant that quantities that are measured in logarithmic scales, like for example, the earthquake magnitude. If a city got hit with a 5.1, like North Carolina happened 2 days ago, recently, if a city got hit by a 5.1 earthquake, and this earthquake is just moved, let's say, to 6, it doesn't mean that it's 20% stronger. It's way more than that. It's thousands stronger than that. So the 6 logarithmic scale, the 6 magnitude is actually 1,000 times, if I understand it correctly, it's 1,000 times more than 5 magnitude. So if we're comparing, let's say 48 decibels to 45 decibels, it's not just 3, it's way more than that. That way it's presented, for me, it seems like it's downplaying the additions of all the noise events that could be occurring together. So it's kind of saying, if you have one guy yelling in a yard and his noise level is 50, if you get 1,000 guy to yell with him, the effect of that 1,001 people yelling is slightly higher than the effect of one guy yelling. That's incorrect. This is just playing with the math conventions, and it's I don't think it does work that way physics wise. That's what I wanted to clarify, and I'm not sympathetic with granting something at the expenses of the public. If they believe that they need to expand, if they need that space urgently, I would recommend that they use space in the building somewhere else, or they could rent another space in the area. I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be at the expenses of the public. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Commissioner Shabbat.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say that I agree with everything that was already said by my colleagues. There's very little I'd like to add, but as far as statutorily speaking, I don't believe this meets the findings of 7303A or C, nor do I believe it meets the findings in 7349, especially as it relates to impairing the essential character of the adjacent areas. With regard to, it's interesting that after the pushback that the applicant received with regard to the amount of parking, they now request more, which really makes a question as to the need. 93 parking spots for this one area, where it really seems that the only actual going to be used display area is going to be the first floor, even though it does say that they have auto display cars in the cellar. I'm not very confident that's going to be a place that is actually going to be where the public would go down to cars, as opposed to them getting a vehicle out and bringing it up for someone to see, which is usually the case in most of these auto sales locations. But regardless, even if it is, 93 spots for as many cars that they say they have on display doesn't really meet the laugh test. It doesn't seem like that's something that they actually do need. And as Commissioner Shanda stated, it is quite likely that parking is going to be for their other businesses in the area, and not for the lot in question. For those reasons and the reasons that have been stated, I am not convinced by this application.
Okay, I see Ted's hand up, but just a second. I just want to go back to just clarify this. You said that 93 spaces don't meet the laugh test. And be specific, what you mean by that?
I don't believe that this one lot they would have to have every other car being looked at for 93 parking spaces to be needed. So every car that is for sale on that lot someone would have to be there for every other car that is for sale on that lot. And that would only be one person, right? So I don't know if that, I was trying to find out what is the maximum capacity of this location, of this floor, and wonder if 93 parking spaces, if usually people buy cars in groups. It seems like there'll be a lot more people in this location than is permissible, with 93 parking spaces being all occupied.
Right, okay. That goes to the subject of, we're told there's a maximum of 30 appointments per hour. So why would you need 93 spaces? Except that on Saturday, there are 150 not 150 appointments, but 150 visits, I think it is, per day, right? That's what the chart says. But basically what you're saying is, why do you need 93 spaces if you can only have 30 appointments per hour? Does that make sense?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to look at that chart just to clarify that. They say sales appointment at Plaza Auto Mall, Friday, 9 a.m., so Saturday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., 154 sales appointments. So if you took that and you divided it up by 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., whatever the peak hours are, you get far less than 93 customer spaces.
They don't have 93 members on staff.
Right.
It seems again, it's just not it's not conceivable that that's what they would need for just the auto sales of this one location.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Understood. I appreciate it. Okay, Ted Ricketts, please. You want to add something?
Yes, board. Very quickly. In my experiences passing this site, I do not remember if this was a weekday or a weekend, but as far as the unloading of vehicles, I have definitely observed the unloading taking place in the middle of Nostrand Avenue. There's like a yellow divider strip. They tend to park the trailer in the middle and they'll usually unload from there. Again, I do not remember if it was a weekday or weekend, but that has been my experience as far as this particular site with the loading and unloading of vehicles there. That is all.
Do you know what time approximately?
I'm sorry, I cannot identify a time, Chair. I would say probably afternoon, anywhere from like 12 to 3, between those hours, I would say. I'm usually not up passing there at 8 a.m., 9 a.m. in the morning. So I would say probably after 10, after 11 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Maybe perhaps Commissioner Otley Brown on her passing this noticed the loading. I don't know. Maybe you did. You didn't.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I just noticed when I would pass that there are many people double parked on both sides of the street, making it very difficult to pass.
Okay. Great. All right. Okay, thank you, everyone. Appreciate that very thorough review. Let's go.
Okay, next case is 2019-25 BZ 40-48 Commercial Street, Brooklyn. This is a review session, no public testimony.
Okay. Sorry. Why do I feel like I've done this already? Having a deja vu moment. I'm sorry. Okay, the project is the same, but with clarifications on the zoning calculations. Waivers are to increase the floor area from 2.42 to 4.36, reduce the parking from 14 to 3, and for setback reduction from 15 to 10.5 above the 60-foot maximum base height. Further environmental studies were done to ascertain the scope of environmental cleanup. From what I am understanding, the requested waivers must be supported by the costs of environmental remediation, since an as-of-right building on the triangular site fits using all of the floor area allowable and avoiding the requirement for parking, since the number qualifies for a waiver. Since the floor area can be used up before the setback requirements kick in, these don't impede full development on the site. So I'm not seeing that the site shape is affecting is a hardship. And in addition to which, the apartment layouts are quite regular and attractive, with the core at the back of the site adjacent to the property line. So the hardship statement and the statement of facts doesn't really ring true for this aspect of the as of right. Are there other costs associated with the shape of the site? We discussed this exact thing at the last hearing because the board expressed skepticism about the shape being driving a hardship. If I understand correctly, the remediation costs are now estimated at $1.5 million instead of the previously estimated nearly $3 million. Excavation for a cellar is proposed to 10 feet. So I actually don't know if that cost is, the remediation cost is reduced from the disposal cost for remediation. In other words, they're excavating for a cellar anyway. So that work, the actual excavation shouldn't be counted. So then you're just talking about the disposal of contaminated soil. And also they had talked at the last hearing, the cellar was to be dry flood proofed, even though this is in an X zone and dry flood proofing isn't required. And the nearest AE zone is 12 feet NAVD 88, which coincides with grade level. So if this were in an AE zone, you would have to dry flood proof because it's below the base flood elevation. But dry flood proofing would also go to reduce remediation costs in lieu of the waterproof shield, because you basically have to build a bathtub, right? And and all this was discussed at the last hearing. We didn't get a response to that. Also, since much of the contamination is caused by the adjacent Newhart property, in fact, because it's not clear that the former gas tanks are actually leaking, won't there be compensation from that Newhart polluter and the subsequent purchasers? And what about their containment efforts, the polluter's containment efforts? Won't the sheeting that polluter is supposed to be doing handle the movement of the plume? Therefore, this 30-foot sheeting arguably isn't required on this site, because they're going to be doing some more extreme sheeting on the polluter's site. And what also of the plume map that we learned about at the last hearing, and I found again by just checking on the status of the Newhart cleanup. It doesn't show the plume moving onto this site. So we expected discussion about it and we didn't get that. publicly available documents show that the Newhart site developers applied in 2019 for brownfield cleanup program, and that they will begin to develop the remedial action plan in early 2020. So shouldn't these efforts be coordinated to save the subject site's developer money? I mean, wouldn't you do that in this case? And I saw that site just directly across the street was recently sold to a developer, and that's the applicant for the cleanup now on that portion of the Newhart site. So we discussed all of that subject generally about coordinating with the polluter at the last hearing. And so perhaps they don't know enough yet because the polluter is still working to develop its remedial action plan. And so perhaps this application with respect to the amount of costs involved is premature. The request, and the reason all this matters so much is the request almost doubles the allowable floor area ratio to compensate for a cleanup cost of $1.5 million for a total project cost of $20 million. And so I'm actually having trouble how $1.5 million of project cost supports a doubling of the floor area when it represents 5% of the actual total project cost. And there isn't any explanation for why the typical as of right would only cost 12.3 million to develop and would lease out at 12.3 million basically, while the as of right would cost 15.6 million and lease out only at 11 million. Since the as of right is a better building with more attractive units with really nice, all kinds of nice setbacks and a view and of the water and all of this stuff, you would think that they would sell for much more. It's more of a designer building than the typical is. The drawings don't respond to my comments at the last hearing with respect to the parking reduction, where the EAS concludes there's a demand for 6 spaces. And I have to say, you know, so much has changed now since COVID, where we see so much more purchasing actually of cars and dependence of cars because people are now have fear of traveling by public transit, which is a sad, potentially new reality. Also, the applicant was asked to reduce the amount of cellar space. This is Commissioner Shaita's request, to reduce the amount of cellar space to reduce costs associated with so much excavation and everything else that's involved, foundation costs and so on. And we also discussed reducing the height of the first floor over the drive-through and lobby, which don't need to be 20 feet high. And I've seen projects where they do that kind of a split level solution because it makes for interesting layouts and it's a way to reduce some costs. Neighborhood character finding also was still not developed. The building is taller than its neighbors. So what's the argument that it fits into the neighborhood? We need that supporting data and studies. I did see, of course, the renderings that show the building in place, but there needs to be an argument, a discussion about neighborhood character. You can't just show us drawings and then have us decide what your neighborhood character finding is. And then in terms of seeker, there is a tentatively closed noise this determination, but apparently the applicant is appealing the attenuation requirements for the special mixed use districts. I don't know why anyone would do that. I mean, it seems to me you would want for your residents to have attenuated windows. And otherwise everything else is closed. The question is, what's the status on the noise appeal? And an e-designation note needs to be added to the plans. So did I leave anything out, Tracy?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. So first of all, I do want to thank the applicant for considering our comments and for providing more information regarding the environmental and providing a revised as of right plan for a typical site, and a lot of the zoning comments that I had raised, they seem to have addressed it. I think a lot of it rides on the financing and the cleanup. My only concern is that the revised as of right plan that we had asked them to show that it is built to the full permitted floor area, including inclusionary housing, seems to indicate that it does, that it can. So in this case, the hardship is less so driven by the irregularity of the site, but more so by the cleanup contamination cost associated with this site. And so I would like to get more, I look towards Commissioner Otley Brown and Shweta to help me understand that, and I will respond to those later on. With regard, and that also affects the issue of the, so the A and B are still outstanding because of that. With regards to C, I really did not have any issue. In terms of the neighborhood character, this site immediately abuts the Greenpoint Williamsburg rezoning that city had undertaken to allow for higher density development with much taller buildings, 32 stories and high. So this building, should we approve it in any form, would definitely will be in context with its immediately abutting neighboring buildings that are under construction. As a matter of fact, three of the sites are under construction. I can see it from my window. So three or two of them are definitely under construction. So I don't have an issue with the finding number C. So it goes back to what is the minimum hardship that this site has, and how much should we be granting in that case, and it boils down to the level of contamination associated with it, and less so with the uniqueness of the site. Thanks.
Okay, I just want to clarify that you're making the argument for neighborhood character, which is great, but that's really the job of the applicant to make the argument. So you've given them hints, but that has to be in their study, not relying on your stuff,
okay.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious once you go to the site and from everything that's going on. So, and from the zoning map. So it's, but anyway, yeah. When I was reviewing it, I was factoring all of these in. So,
Okay.
But you're right. That should be in the arguments, in their arguments.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Okay, so from my perspective, what's still not addressed is why the new Hart owners are not going to be responsible for covering the remediation costs at this site, which was a question that I asked. I felt it was a threshold question because I felt if that's still an option, then this is a premature case, especially since the case is resting on $1.5 million worth of remediation costs. So that's still not addressed. Still not proven to me is that the as of right floor plate is inferior to the hypothetical as of right floor plate. Because from the plans, the actual as of right to me is preferable. The unit sizes are larger than they are in the hypothetical as of right. And to me, the retail space is better because while it is triangular, you do have exposure on both sides to show retail goods if you want to go that route. And you also have that expansive rooftop terrace if you want to have some kind of a bar or restaurant with outside seating, which today actually is far more valuable than anything else you could have retail wise. So those things, to me, not addressed adequately. To me, I looked at all the financials and it's a shell game. So originally we had told them that we wanted the as of right retail space to mirror the proposed retail space. And of course, in doing so, that would greatly increase the income. And so what I see is an attempt by the applicant to counterbalance that increase of income by decreasing the income in other areas. So for instance, they're increasing the retail actual retail square footage for the as of right, but they actually, oh, actually my computer is jumping around. Hold on one second. Let me just get back to where I was. Okay, they're increasing the amount of retail space, but they have to counteract that by decreasing the retail income per square foot. Otherwise, it's just too much extra money. So what they're doing is they are readjusting the comparables to bring the average price per square foot for retail down from the original $83.95 per square foot down to $82.31 per square foot. And then they're actually using only $80 a square foot in the as of right in the proposed and $85 a square foot in the hypothetical. But they don't even address what I had originally asked them, which is that if you're using the $83.94 per square foot for retail, are you taking into account the rooftop space, which I think should have given them a premium? Don't address that at all. They just decrease the price per square foot. So it doesn't make any sense to me. Then I had a major question about the residential, or a couple of major questions for the residential. For them, they have two rationales for ignoring anything I said about the residential in terms of appropriately valuing the outdoor space and also using the average that's indicated from your comparables. So their two rationales are, they're saying that for rentals, outdoor space cannot be accurately priced because renters don't consider outdoor space when leasing apartments. Really? If that were true, then why would people build rentals with outdoor space? It just doesn't make any sense on its face that a builder would build rental apartments with outdoor space, not expecting to gain any extra money from it. Why do it? It's an extra expense. So then the other thing is their other rationale for keeping the pricing the same is they're saying that the shape of the building is negatively impacting the apartment layout, and that's problematic in terms of getting a premium rent. That is not at all the case. When you look at the as of right apartment layouts, they are almost all rectangular except for one of the apartments on each floor. And that apartment is got a significantly large living area slash eating area, and that compensates for the fact there's a slight angle there. The other statement actually they do say is they say these apartments are less valuable because there are relatively less amenities, but they are ignoring the fact that it has the same amount of amenities that many other buildings of that size have. It has parking availability, it has storage, and it has rooftop recreation, and every apartment has a terrace or a patio. So to me, all of those reasons go right out the door. Still in all, what they did is they readjusted the comparables, not using any criteria that I suggested, which is readjust the comparables to count the outdoor space. No, they're readjusting the comparables, saying that the building shape and the layout and the lack of amenities is a problem. They're coming up with a new average for those same comparables. And this way they could say to me, okay, now we're using an average price rent per square foot, rent per unit that matches the average rent per unit that we get from adjusting our comparables. And what is that result? The result of that is that the residential income actually goes down in the as of right, and it goes down in the proposed. And the other purpose that serves is it's a counterbalance to the increased retail income. So you're giving it here, but you're taking it away there. Mm-hmm. One thing they did do in their favor is they took out the extra expenses that they were deducting from the parking spaces, and their rationale was there's only 3 spaces, so we're not going to take any expenses out of that. However, that income goes into the gross income that they're deducting expenses from. So all they're doing is eliminating the double counting, not doing us a favor. Anyway, so because of the increased retail space in the as of right, the income does go up. However, it didn't go up as much as it would if they had properly priced the residential for those as of right scenario. The base construction costs are $336 a square foot for the as of right, $328 a square foot for the hypothetical as of right, and then $365 a square foot for the proposed, which you would think it should be less per square foot for economy of scale, but no, that's not the case here, and there's no reason given. And then the remediation costs, while they say in the narrative that it's 1.5 million, they must have made a mistake in their pro forma because the as of right has it still at 2.921 million and has the proposed at 1.5 million. So to me, I don't find these financials very convincing at all. I don't find the case very convincing at all. And I'm not sure I really want to do much more reading, to be honest with you. I think they've got 2 chances to prove it to us, and I haven't seen it.
Right, okay, fair, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I will start from where Commissioner Brown ended. And let me see if I can shoot down one of the 2 claimed hardships in probably 3 minutes. The side shape. Yes, they did make a mistake. If you look at the pro forma, and I'm not sure if you want me to share my screen.
Sure. You're so good at that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me minimize this. So, do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you look at the 2 first, I'm not gonna look at the proposed. I don't care about it. I look at the as of right actual shape versus as of right rectangular shape. And I'll prove it to you like momentarily that the shape has no effect on the hardship. If you look at these 2 numbers, the 2.9 million, almost 3 million versus 1.5 million, the updated one, the financial analyst got a mistake, and instead of using the updated environmental cleanup cost, they used the previous figure, the 2.5 million. So the current figure is not 2.5, 2.9, it's just 1.5. If you eliminate that figure, that 2.9, and actually you shouldn't, if you look at the 2 numbers on top of that, you see the 7.1 million, 71562, this is the base construction cost. And during the last hearing, and this is sad and painful actually, during the last hearing, I like almost begged the financial analyst not to play that game with us because enough is enough. And I said, it's not gonna fly, do not do it, do not go there. But it sounds like we have to do something about that. I told them that the base construction cost is not gonna differ because of the side shape. And they concluded this actually by their own analysis. If you exclude the environmentals from the picture, let's put the environmentals aside. Take a look at the construction cost based on the shape and based on the actual, the rectangle, the hypothetical rectangle.
Triangle.
7.1 million versus actually versus almost 7 million, 6.98. 7 million versus 7 million. You see here, there is no difference whatsoever between the rectangular and the actual. The base construction cost is almost the same. The difference is literally less than 1.5%. And 1.5% is not that like big margin that could be outside the accuracy limit for the calculations of a construction cost estimator. So construction cost wise, as of right for a rectangular site is the same as of right for the actual site. First claim hardship is gone by their own analysis. Then let me move to like the second point, the environmental claim. First of all, I would explain one of the items that while like flipping through, and I did ask last hearing for geotechnical report. And I'm not sure actually how the person who calculate the cost, like make things on paper. I suppose that they read the engineering reports and the engineering documents, and they translate these into cost. That's my understanding. If I do a construction cost estimate, I'm not gonna volunteer that if the structural engineer tell me that this footing is 3 by 3 by 2 feet, in my construction cost estimate, I'm not gonna say, no, that's not good. Let's make it 10 by 10 by 5 feet. If I do so, I'm stepping into somebody else's limit, and actually I'm not doing my job, especially when you report to a city agency that's gonna make a decision on a variance based on your document. I'm not gonna say something beyond that. I hope the message is there. But geotechnical report says this: the footings could be spread footings, and there is no need for piles. Let me try to put that on the screen. Or if you open the geotechnical report, it's actually in the technical memorandum submitted, this submission, and this is page 70 of the PDF.
Okay, takes a little while.
So in page 70, if you go down a little bit below recommendations in the technical memo,
Keep
you
going.
can read this: building foundation. After it says remove and suitable controlled fill, read item number 2. Use spread footings bearing on undisturbed soil. The bearing level should be blah, blah. And then item number 3, the design bearing capacity could be 3,000 pounds per square foot, about 1.5 tons per square foot. This is enough for a 15-story building. If the footings will be 50% of the total footprint, that can easily support a 9-story building or a 6-story building on spread footings with less than 50% like footing to global site ratio. The area of the footings would be less than 50% of the area of the site. So if you ignore that and you continue to the assumption that you need to use pile foundations, you have to give us a good reason for why you're doing this. So far, I'm not sure. I couldn't see like a viable reason for why pile footings or pile foundations were factored in. So this is just on the side. Now moving to the environmental claim. I would just like take you to page 3 of the technical memo. And on page 3, if you read the paragraph after the bullet points, if you read through line 3.
Wait a second. Page 3
of the technical
line
memo.
3. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
It says that the cleanup cost could be between 0, which is nothing trivial. This is typical for any site, to as much as 52 million. So what is claimed on this site is just 1.5. Let's recall that. And let's even take a look at the 1.5 and see what is included there. So if we go down into the environmental cost estimate, the one that's updated, And let me see if I can share my screen again, because I've highlighted some items here. Yeah. Come on.
Okay.
Okay. So if let's say that this site is not contaminated at all, it doesn't have any contamination. Groundwater is 8 feet deep, probably 10 feet deep, and the geotechnical engineer said, when you design this, consider like the groundwater is higher than what is monitored during the investigation, 5 feet higher than that. So practically groundwater table design one is about probably 5-6 feet. Do we need dewatering? Yes, of course, you do. Do we need shearing? Yes, even if we do not have groundwater on this side, you would need shearing for the support of excavation. So I'm not sure why the shearing, and I said this during the during the review session, the first thing I spoke about was the shearing, and I said this, take the items that pertain to the general construction cost out of the remediation cost. And today, till the moment, you've seen item number 10, temporary shearing. It's still there. Almost $550,000 for the shearing. Why? If you don't have contamination, you would need to install that shearing either way, because you're gonna need to dewater either way. So that the first thing that should be excluded from the 1.5 million is only 0.6 million. That 1.5 million is based on an extensive dewatering plan and effort that's claimed to be implemented by the engineer. Do they need this extensive dewatering plan? One word, no. Am I saying this just like haphazardly? No, that the dewatering system is usually designed based on two things. The soil property, whether the soil can allow water to move through it like fast enough. The parameter that's like used for the design is called soil permeability or the hydraulic conductivity. And actually I was one of the people who authored one of the publications that was published like in conferences, and it actually has many citations to how to estimate that parameter for different soils from both field and lab. And the way I look at the hydraulic conductivity for the site, that one that's used to design the dewatering system currently, it could be as high as 10,000 times. And per the applicant on submission, the amount of water that need to be extracted is proportional to that number. So if you think about this in the remediation cost estimate, if you look at the amount of water that need to be extracted based on the current evaluation, item number 14, in the technical memo right below the remedial cost estimate, this item here, you see it's 7.2 million gallons. That's way too much than the actual number that need to be extracted. And I did say this during the last hearing. And the first item I actually spoke about was when discussed the remediation cost, was the extension of the impervious layer. And I called it at that time, I called it the clay layer. And per the applicant's own submission during the last submission, they put in their technical explanations that the confinement layer extends all over the entire site. And when I caught this and I started discussing the amount of water need to be extracted, which was much less in the previous submission than this one, they started to say, oh, that was an assumption it's now we're not sure. And in this submission, they are saying that the assumption is it's not all over the site, that the clay layer is not extending over the entire site. And actually, I agree with that. The clay layer is not, but the impervious layer, the nearly impervious layer that is present at the site extends over the entire site by your own submission this time. If you look at the geotechnical report and you look at the 2 boring logs that were done on site, one of them is on one side and the other one is on the other side, you're gonna see 2 impervious layers or close to impervious layers. One of them is a clay layer, the other one is hard silt, and hard silt and clay, if you read through the submission of the applicant in their submission to the DEC, the state DEC, they call these 2 layers near impervious layers. And if you have an impervious layer, you don't have to keep dewatering this site for 20 days. All what you need to do is just put the sheeting deep enough to seat it in this impervious layer. It's like you have a river. At the bottom of the river, you have impervious layer, which could be rock or clay. And when you put sheeting, you insert that sheeting a foot or 2 into that rock or clay or silt, and then you close the site. And the consequence of closing this site is huge, not money-wise, but even public safety-wise. And I explain again why. And I'm sad when I'm gonna explain this, because when you close the site, much less water is gonna be needed to extract it. So it's much less cost for the dewatering. Probably it's 1,000th. So the amount of water is gonna be significantly less. The number of times you're gonna need to dewater this site over the foundation construction and the cleanup span is gonna be much less. Probably it could be 1 or 2 times instead of 20, like it's counted in this remedial cost estimate. What is the consequence of that? The consequence is this: instead of using well point system, which is very expensive, and installing this well point system with associated generators, pumps, header system, and keeping this working for 20 days, you just could put 4 sump pumps and dewater the site, get the groundwater down enough, and then your site is closed. You don't have any recharge because you closed this site from the bottom. So there is no groundwater coming into that site. If we do so, and I want you to take a look at the construction, the remediation construction that I'm viewing right now, what's gonna happen? 89,000 will be gone for the well point system. The 26,000 will be gone. The 16,000 will be gone. The 67,000 will be gone. These numbers here will, because all of these numbers are associated with the extensive well point system that the consultant is claiming that's gonna be need. They need to install it and keep it operational for 20 days. Why did I say I'm sad? Because when they submitted to the state DEC and the state DEC looked at their submission and their geotechnical profile and their number for the hydraulic conductivity that they used, that I saw it in the comments from the DEC. They asked them this: does the clay layer extend over the entire site? And they said, we do not assume that it does. And I would have anticipated that state DEC to respond to them, in your submission, there is a silt layer or a clay layer. So actually there is an impervious material that's like extending over the entire site. So you could close this site and your amount of dewatering will be probably 1 over 1,000 or probably 1 over 10,000. That's one thing. The other thing is actually the state DEC, like, we're suspicious about the impact of lowering the groundwater at the subject site. You know, if you have if we're in Brooklyn, let's say, and I'm constructing somewhere and I lower the groundwater within my construction site, it's not just my construction site where the groundwater gonna be lower. the groundwater doesn't go down like all of a sudden at this point outside the shearing, it's the same. It didn't go down, and inside the shearing, it's significantly lower. No, it doesn't play like that. If you have recharge like they assumed in their assumptions to the DEC, it's gonna be, you're gonna be creating a low, what we call it, low gradient zone that would attract the water from the areas surrounding your site to flow towards your site. What is the amplification of this? The plume. The plume will be moving towards their site. So actually what they're gonna be doing, if their assumptions are correct, is they are saying that we're gonna be extracting the plume, attracting this to move towards our side. So it's actually a hazardous condition that I wouldn't anticipate the DEC to let this go. But DEC put some like safeguards there. They asked them, that if they can like put some safeguards to like make sure that the drawdown or the groundwater lowering at their site wouldn't impact the plume. So they said, okay, if the drawdown go like by more than 2.5 feet outside the shearing, we'll stop. And you know what's gonna happen? If you install the shearing, and if you install the well point system, and you start operating this well point system for a day or two, what's gonna happen is the groundwater inside the shearing will go down, and probably outside the shearing will go down, but it might not come back to like normal again until probably a week or two. And if you get the groundwater outside the shearing lowered by this, the plume at the new heart will be moving fast and really fast towards your property. So it's gonna be moving after below Clay Street towards your property. So you're gonna be switching the plume movement scheme that you said it's towards the west, and instead of it moves towards the west because you created a low gradient condition, it's gonna move towards your site. And this is a hazardous condition that
Wow.
I wish that the DEC said no, to not do it. But DEC didn't care. If somebody, like I said before about the OER and the DEC, if somebody comes to me and say, okay, I wanna put a dewatering system that costs $1 zillion. The first impression or the first response from me, I would say, oh, you know what? You don't need to put all that. Probably it's a $10,000 would be enough. But if they insist, be my guest. I'm not gonna be paying for that. But for us, it makes huge difference. So the implication of taking out the dewatering system and the associated operation cost, and in addition to the shearing, it's probably, I added up the numbers, it's almost about 1 million out of the current remediation scheme. That leaves us with 500,000. And if you keep like scrutinizing these numbers, the excavation, if you look at the soil excavation, they included the entire soil excavation here in this remediation cost estimate. Why wouldn't you be excavating either way? And if you do this smart and you take the cellar up a little bit, you're minimizing the need for extensive remediation cost like that. So the remediation cost, I would think of maximum. It could be from 150 to 300,000, no more than that. And if you put this on the scale of 0 to 50 million, it's almost nothing. This is very typical for any other site within the city. I did work on tons of sites that they do soil classification, even without dewatering. And even that 150 to 300,000 includes the dewatering system that would be included, or at least partially would be included, if this site doesn't have any environmental issues. You're gonna need to dewater this site, no matter what, whether you have contamination or not. So I'm not sure why an environmental remediation-based hardship is claimed on this site. And I appeal to the applicant, if you're gonna really, even if you don't get this variance, and if you're gonna install the shearing and install this well point system, be extremely careful, because I know what's gonna happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that incredibly detailed report. And we've had other cases where digging deeply into the claimed hardship reduces the cost so much. And then we also have Commissioner Otley Brown's comments about reimbursement from the polluter itself. So if anything, I think the application is really premature in terms of probably everything, but maybe it's not even premature and we've gone far enough. Commissioner Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. That was an extremely thorough review. Has reached, as it was spoken and expounded on all of my notes and added a lot of for me to think about. We've been at this for a bit over an hour, I believe, so I don't want to add too much to the time. I don't see that this variance meets any of the findings. I think the only one that we didn't talk about is E, but honestly, I don't believe it's relevant right now. There's really not much more to say to this. We have asked on the last hearing about whether or not they're going to be compensated by the polluters. That in and of itself, as Commissioner Brown stated, that's a threshold question that they haven't answered. I don't think we need to go much further on this.
Thank you. And Commissioner Shanda, you have your hand up. Okay.
To actually follow up what Commissioner Otley Brown said about the units. And I think to add to the value of the units is that all the units will be facing street. Unlike, typical layout, typical lot, one row of housing units will be facing the street and the other will be facing the backyard. And in this case, they both have equal share of the street and also of the waterfront view that they would get even with the construction. So that is another value added for all the units that was not considered.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Sheta, I really want to move the hearing on, so if you could keep it to a sentence.
I forgot to mention that if you consider what I said about the geotechnical report, in addition to exaggerated cost, that's like everywhere in the construction cost estimate, the two as of right cost estimates or the two as of right proposals will be actually feasible. So if you take out the cost for the piles, plus if you adjust the cost for other items such as concrete and other the cabinets for the kitchens, I'm sure you looked at that, Chair. If you adjust these numbers, the two seemingly infeasible as of rights will be like very feasible. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Done?
Okay. Yeah, let's move into the hearing.
Okay. This concludes the public review session for 2 p.m. We're now commencing the public hearing for August 11, 2020, 2 p.m. The first item is 2019 7BZ 3341 Country Club Road, The Bronx.
Okay, we have
Angelino's there.
Angelino, yeah, there. And Mr. Judge also. State your name when you can hear us.
Tim Judge.
And Mr. Angelino, can you hear us?
Unmute yourself, Mr. Angelino.
Yeah, you're muted.
Yes, I can.
Okay, there we
Okay.
go. So
Okay, I need to swear you in.
Yeah.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Mr. Judge? Okay. Proceed, Mr. Angelino.
I have nothing to add to the board's comments.
Good. Always stay ahead, stay silent when you're ahead, I guess, right? Okay, so, and I don't believe that we had any need for submissions. And just again, the note to council that there's a site plan that was submitted on July 24th that needs to go into the final set. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to close this.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, application's closed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item is 2019-24BZ, 2721 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
If members of the applicant team could raise their hand in Zoom, that would be helpful so we can admit you as panelists.
Mr. Judge, leave the room. How come he stays still there?
I may not know how to
Oh, okay. I don't know.
out. We can move them out ourselves.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, who's us?
A few people. There should be maybe 18, 19, or 14 people that I know of. I'm not sure of the exact number.
There's Eric, Keith, Andrew, George, Rodney, George. Keith.
I can go through some of the names that that might be helpful. And Elise, if you're on the line, you can maybe, are you on the phone also, Elise? You could help out also. You should have Assemblywoman.
Why don't you wait before you do that? State your name.
Oh, hi, Eric Palatnik, attorney.
All right. I have to wait till they're all. Is your team all in so I can swear everybody in or not yet?
I have no way of knowing that, so I could certainly start listing off the names and.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
that'll work.
Okay.
First,
Whoever
hello.
of the team is in, I'm going to swear you in along with Mr. Plotnick. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm, if you're a member of the team of Mr. Plotnick, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Yes. Lively.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does that work, Keith?
Yeah.
Kurt? We're good with that?
Okay. Let me know if I could speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, first of all of you for making time. It's the days don't get any easier as time goes on. And we all thank you for your public service. And truly appreciative. And we wish to seek, extend our condolences to Ms. Matias as well for her loss.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With that, that's a heartfelt condolence from everybody. With that having been said, on the line with us, I just want to make sure everybody's on the phone because we did, first of all, you spoke for 45 minutes. Each of you had very well written and well thought out thoughts. And we have quite a few people on the phone, so bear with us. Each of them have also spent quite a bit of time, and they all want to have the same amount of time that you had to address your thoughts. And there's a lot of them, and I apologize in advance because there's a lot of them. And I'll go through who's on the phone first, so that we make sure they're all here. The first one is Assemblywoman Rodney's Bichat, that I just got very good at speaking her name and pronouncing it, Bichat, and she is the Assemblywoman for the 42nd District, which includes this area. Also on the phone with us should be Councilwoman Farah Lewis. Councilwoman Farah Lewis is the councilwoman for the affected area, and she succeeded Public Advocate Jamani Williams, who I believe she still shares a wonderful relationship with. And she'll speak to
Can I
that.
just interrupt you for a second? Are these
Sure.
members of your team or are these people who are going to be speaking in the public session?
They're members of the team. They're going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant and I think they have some people for the public session too. But their time is actually, they've asked if they could speak after me because their time is so valuable. They've been hanging
So
on all
I need to be clear about this. When you say they're members of the team, the team consists of people who are hired by the applicant?
Oh, no, then they're not hired by the applicant. They are elected officials who have been working
Right.
very closely with the applicant and with the community in years of discussions pertaining to this site. And they have been extremely involved in everything that's been going on. So when I say team, I mean like one New York City that's trying to achieve a great thing. So I'm not talking fiscal relationships. So I'm talking team like I love New York. Let's make New York great again. And that's what they're part of. And they've expressed to me that they would like to speak early because they have other obligations at the state level and at the city level that they need to attend to.
Okay, I
So-
lose my Zoom, so.
They're on the call. I'll just keep going through who was on the call with us. So that's Farah Lewis and Raviz Bishad. Also, Keith Striga, the project architect, should be on. Also, we should have Jay Emperor, who is with Bowler Engineering, who is a landscape architect that is based out of Boston. They do massive landscape architectural work and gigantic projects. Keith, you could turn off your video, please. That would help. We also have on the phone with us Ian Rasmussen, who you all know personally. He's presented to you many times before. He's a cartographer. He's prepared studies for you that show you the relationship that you commented on during the review session. He should be on the line. If any of these people are not on the line, if the board staff could let me know, because I don't know who's here and who's not. So you have Jay Emperor, you have Keith Striga, I just saw, you have Ian Rasmussen, you should have Rodney's, and I apologize for using your first name, I'm moving fast, and you have Councilwoman Lewis. You should also have on the phone more consultants. Kevin Williams from Equity Consulting. Kevin Williams performed a sound study that speaks to the sound that may or may not be coming from the site. And I believe those are all of our experts. I might have missed somebody. They should all be on the call, and I thank you very much for making the time to listen to us. As I said a minute ago, you've really been quite thorough. And if it's okay with the board, I would like very much to share my screen. I had spoken to counsel earlier, and he said it was okay. Would that please the board if I could share the screen?
Yeah, just before you do that, there's someone on who's described as Gil. Who's that?
I don't know who Gil is.
Could you
So,
unmute, sir?
I'm a community board member. I live in the
Oh,
area.
Okay,
I apologize. Also on the phone,
Sorry.
Gil, I'm so sorry. Gil is from the community board. He was
All
there
right.
the night
I'm
that
sorry,
recommendation
Eric,
was received.
please stop. Mr. Gill, could you describe your full name, please?
Oh, sure. Last name is Seigler, Cygler.
And your first name is Gill,
Correct, Gil.
and you're a member of the community board?
Correct.
A special position or just a member?
Just a member.
And are you here on behalf of the community board or on behalf of yourself?
Behalf of myself.
Okay, thank you.
And the Reverend DeMarcos?
Yeah, thank you.
And Dr. Marcos, I can't see the whole name. Are you here? Are you here to give testimony on this case?
Yeah, to the character of Plaza Automall, many years of working
Okay.
for the community.
Okay, we'll get back to you when we're ready for that. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Okay, thank you. And also, I failed to mention, I'm sorry, Gil, I apologize. I meant no disrespect to you by failing to introduce you. Also, it should be Lisha Shapir from the Haitian American Caucus. That was the not-for-profit that you referred to in the introductory preliminary part. He'll tell you what role they play in the neighborhood, as well as Spencer from the Jewish Community Council, Marine Park Jewish Community Council. That's another not-for-profit that you referred to earlier. So everybody's on the phone right now, and what we're all here to try to present to the board is we've been waiting for a hearing date for 6 months. We had our hearing about 6 months ago. We're desirous of putting rooftop parking onto the roof, and where I was at a second ago was, is it okay to share the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh. All right. So it opened up right to the bare bones, to the beginning, because I wanted to start at the beginning because there's a lot of lay people on this call right now, including the assembly person and the council person, who both said to me they don't really understand zoning to the intricacies of the zoning board. And they said they'd like to be able to really understand what's happening. So bear with me on their behalf as I go through this, because it seems that the comments that I heard really went, I mean, I heard a couple of times to the core components of what we're doing. So we're all clear. What we're asking you for, of course, is for roof parking, which is red right here. And the roof parking asks in a C2 district that we are to have accessory off-street parking. Now, that's critical, because accessory off-street parking we're going to refer to in a little while. That correlates to section 36-43 in the zoning resolution. It's going to become very relevant. But what that says is it allows accessory off-street parking to be located on the roof of a building. And then it reads that as a condition, and this is the condition, that the roof parking is so located not to impair the condition of future use or development in the adjacent areas, which we've heard about, and that the board may prescribe conditions to minimize adverse effects on the character of the area, including the requirements for setback of roof parking, not the structure. It says setback of roof parking areas from the lot lines. Now that's critical language there, roof parking areas from the lot line, not the building. Now, then as you continue on through the zoning resolution, and I'm following the train of thought of Commissioner Shavetta, who is speaking, and thank you all very much, really, for giving us such detailed. And, you know, I said this last time, it's hard in the time between the hearing and the review session for everybody to talk and for us to get all that information, because you spoke for an hour, but we really did our best to try to get, you know, everything you said. We just had a huge call and we really tried to get everything in the last 20 minutes. And here was Commissioner Shetta's point, to your point, Shavetta. You spoke to 73-03, which you had trouble making these findings. Again, these findings speak to the, excuse me for 1 second, I apologize. These findings speak to the character of the neighborhood and speak to the adverse effect, if there's any adverse effect. And then when you get to 73-03D, it speaks to the condition that we provide, or if it's requested, that the board in its discretion shall request from the Department of Transportation a report with respect to the anticipated traffic congestion resulting from such special permit use or modification or bulk regulations. If such a report is requested, the report shall, in its decision, give due consideration to such report or have the power to substantiate the appropriate findings solely on the basis of DOT's report. So those are the rules of the game that we're making the application under. Now, of course, you have a lot of discretion in what you do, but your discretion, of course, is just somewhat limited because there was a court case on October 27th of 2013, which involved a property in Flushing, Queens that had a rooftop parking area that's shown right here that was next to a residential building. And that remand, as you can see here, this is the conclusion of the judge. What he says, the BSA's conclusions pertaining to noise, lighting, security, and privacy were largely based upon the opposition of some members of the community and the BSA members' subjective opinions and was not supported by the evidence. Indeed, one member of the BSA expresses opposition to the application from the outset. Therefore, the court finds the BSA's conclusion with respect to the proposed rooftop parking. That was then remanded to the board and it was subsequently approved. And it was approved on this site. This site was approved almost lot line to lot line with some landscaping along the perimeter right here, and a bunch of conditions that were imposed by the community board. So that's the rules that we're playing by. So what we presented to you to hopefully satisfy the rules as best we can. The very first thing we'd like to say is that nowhere in what we just read you in the rules does it say there has to be any sort of parking demand study. And we're providing information on parking. We had hired Stonefield at great expense, and we're really trying to accommodate all of the board's concerns with respect to what we're doing. And you can see that, I'm going to go through the plans in a second with all the changes we've made. By the way, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't know. I want to make sure. And thank you for giving me the time to present. I really don't want to speak quickly, but we really spent a lot of time on this to try to address all of your concerns, Madam Chair. We really did. And some of them I think you'll be pleased with when we point them out. So the findings don't include a traffic or a parking study, but nonetheless, we tried our best to give you whatever we could when it comes to that. What I'm trying to come to now is the plans. If I can get to the plans, I just can't see what I'm clicking on here. And I apologize, it's me again. Let's see if I can move the screen around a little bit so I can get to where I gotta be. This should be where I'm. one, Glenn. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. Please bear with me. I'm trying to work the mouse here.
What is it that you're trying to do? Can you talk while you
I'm
present?
trying to get to the plan, but I think I can move this bar. Here I go. Now I go. I
Don't
got it. I
forget
apologize.
that we all have the drawings and you're addressing us, right?
Yep, I'm addressing you now. So what I wanted to go to now is the very first thing that we did to try to address the board, and that is the parking. What was discussed at the last hearing, and I'm going to go through an introduction on all of these issues, and then we're going to come back. But I just want to make sure we're all clear because there was a lot of confusion. I think Commissioner Otley Brown, you sounded like you didn't understand what I was saying, and I apologize. And I think all of you didn't understand. What's happening and what we tried to do specifically in response to your request at great expense, and this was your suggestion, and it made sense. And I really thought we satisfied you. I thought we were going to really make you all very happy. We put a lane in here. That's the drop off. That's the drop off, not the elevator. It's all valet. There's no intention to mislead. I heard some comments that we're duping or where there's pedestrians on the roof. I'm going to show you that. Nobody could work that elevator. I can't work that elevator, and I'm pretty darn good. It's a mechanical elevator for a car. That's like one of these things you see in Kinney Park. I mean, that's got doors slamming up and down with the ropes. I mean, that's valet elevator. What you're seeing here is when my mom comes to buy a car, and I mentioned her because we bought a car here. She's going to come in here. She's going to drop the car, and the valet is going to take it downstairs. And this area right here really should have been shown more clearly. Is going to be an area where cars can come in and out through the garage. And I'm going to go through that in a second for you in more detail. What we also gave you, in addition to changing around the parking configuration, is we gave you a letter. You were very concerned last time about the ability of the roof to handle the load. So George, who's on the phone, created this for you. And this shows you that everything is okay on the roof. Then you suggested that you were not happy. You're still suggesting you're not happy with the rooftop, with the planting area. We are doing our best to present you with the premier landscape architectural firm in the United States of America, Bowler Engineering, with offices all over the East Coast of the United States. This is just one of them. They're in Boston. I'll let Jay tell you all the different branches that Bowler is located in, the standards by which he is held to. And Jay is giving you as much information as he possibly can, which is shown here in his letter, but it goes even deeper. We gave you plans, which I know you don't like the fencing. We'll come back to you with the fencing, and we'll try to hopefully satisfy you with the fencing. But Jay gave you detail after detail, and he's on the phone right now to talk to you, showing what he's proposing to do, showing you the plantings that he's proposing based upon his experience as being an expert in the realm of botanical and agriculture and urban settings, what he thinks will thrive and survive in this setting, regardless of the temperature that's below us. And if what you think is not proper, I'm sure he'll change it to adjust to whatever you believe is. He gave you here more renderings, more imagery. So he's trying really hard to give you that, and then more information at the back of the package, all talking about the fencing and the landscaping. In addition to that, what we've given you is letters of support, and I know you've seen them, but they're on the phone. You just heard from the JCC, I told you is on the phone. Councilwoman Farrah Lewis is on the phone. Jumani Williams, the public advocate for the city of New York that led everybody over the Brooklyn Bridge in the heat of the riots in New York City, or the protests, whatever went on in the period when everybody was breaking into stores and there was turmoil in the streets. Jumani was at the lead of it, and he wrote a letter of support for it. The state assembly person wrote a letter of support for it. And you have HAC, which is the Haitian American Caucus, which are a cool bunch of people, and they wrote a letter of support for it. We are also showing you here that this is today's New York Times headline. Today, it couldn't have written it any better. Retail chains abandoned. That's not leave. That's not a drop in business. That's abandoned. The people that are abandoning Manhattan are the very same people that are sustaining jobs. There are jobs leaving. This is going to create it. And if that wasn't enough to get us all upset, there's another article in here somewhere, which I'll come to in a minute, that tells us that New York City is the worst place in America to do business. It's horrible. It's sad. I mean, spent decades, but I'll keep going to this. Traffic. We gave you Stonefield's report. Again, we are not required to provide a traffic study anywhere other than to acquiesce the board's concerns, and we want you to be comfortable. We gave you a traffic report to show you that based upon when this site was used as a used car lot that was surface parking only, where you drove in like out of the Bad News Bears when Walter Matthau bought his car, you drove in, for those people old enough, you drove in, it was surface parking. It had very little off-street accessory parking. It added to the problem on the street. The Rosati's built a building right now that is as of right. It's as of right, no different than this building on Hillside Avenue, which I don't agree with the board's assessment of this property as being in a low-income neighborhood. I just spoke to Councilman Grodenchik about an application that's coming into the board soon for the gas station across the street. And actually, they had quite the opposite view of this site than was described. If you could see this, an as-of-right property in a C2 zoning district, I think it's disgusting. I don't think it's good looking. I think the homes behind it are looking right in it. I see very little screening. And it's the same thing across the board at every single rooftop parking lot I see in New York City. The one that is now presented to the board, in my humble opinion, and Ian Rasmussen wrote it, is probably the nicest looking accessory rooftop parking lot I've ever seen. And I'm sorry the board's not happy with it, because I'm looking at all of these.
Sorry,
and
Mr. Palatnik, I need to interrupt. Mr. Rasmussen's collection of rooftop parking for the benefit of the court is not an exhaustive list of rooftop parking situations. It's I believe it's 5 locations, and we don't know under what conditions they were approved because that information wasn't given to us. And there's a lot of other information that's not given that compares those sites to the subject site. So when you're exaggerating, please be accurate, because you are a fact witness, all right?
All right, and I respect that. And by the way, we don't have any desire or intention to go to a court. We really want to get this jobs in here and get this building operating and do it in a way that satisfies the board. We have no intention of any court action whatsoever. The board asked us for a lot of information, and all I'm trying to present through this photograph and the others is factually demonstrating that I don't see landscaping on any of them. I don't know how they were created, but I don't see landscaping. And we could pull up the one the board did approve, and I could show you the landscaping on that. And this is a lot more than that. That's on the one in Queens that I mentioned a second ago that was on remand. We have quite a bit more landscaping here than that. But if I can continue on, and then there are others, of course, that want to speak. And again, I cannot emphasize enough, we do not desire to go to a court. We want to satisfy the board. We are trying so hard to satisfy the board, trying so hard.
So rather than give us arguments about how the board doesn't have the authority to ask questions, why don't, and demand changes, then why don't you instead show us a project that's responsive to the changes that we're asking, and also responsive to the concerns that we have about circulation currently and pedestrian impact and et cetera, rather than trying to limit our ability to review the application in a way that I'm not sure you have, is appropriate.
I don't want you to limit it. I have no desire. I never said any of that.
It will, yeah. You implied that by showing. Okay, so why don't you just
I just wanted to present 7303 and speak to the fact of the traffic study. That was all. That's my opinion. I'm not saying you can't have that opinion. You're entitled to it. Of course you are. You're the board. You're the chair. I'm just saying that I don't agree with that. That's all I'm suggesting. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to restrict your speech in any way, shape, or form. This is probably a good time. I don't know if any of these electeds are on the line. Why don't we give them a chance to speak? If it'd be okay with you. I know that Rodney's Bichot is on the phone, Bichot, and Councilwoman Farrah Lewis. Would any of you like to speak?
Sure.
Who's speaking now? Sorry, there's a lot of.
State your name.
This is Rodney Bichot. I'm sorry. I think we're still on shared screen. Can you?
Yeah, I'll stop it. There you go.
Thank you. Okay. I like to see everybody. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Assembly Member Rodney Bichot. I represent the 42nd Assembly District, which includes Flatbush, Brooklyn, and where the neighborhood where Plaza Automall is located. First, I would like to thank the chair and the members of the board for allowing me to speak today regarding 2019-24 BZ 2721 Nostrand Avenue, the rooftop parking lot. And I just want to say that I really appreciate your time. I'm watching all of this and oh my goodness. So detailed, okay? Everybody is so detailed and I just appreciate this and I'll tell you why. First, I want to say Mr. Palatnik has outlined in great detail the plans for the parking roof at 2721 Nostrand Avenue. And this parking lot was constructed in response to the need for more parking options for patrons of the parking lot. Without the parking roof, patrons would often park on the street, which at times contributed to the traffic congestion we constantly see and we saw on Nostrand Avenue. So just so you know, I was born and raised in Flatbush, Brooklyn, and traffic congestion has long been a problem in the neighborhood. I also want to note that the reason why I appreciate all of you is because I myself am a former electrical engineer, and I am currently the chair of the Minority Women Business Enterprise for the state, and really appreciate the level of details from an architectural engineering perspective. I am a constituent that constantly drive down Nostrand Avenue, and I too have complained about the double parking, the congestion, the traffic flow, which we're looking to reduce for the purpose of obviously alleviating congestion and air quality. I've been very vocal about the issue surrounding traffic patterns, partly because I was struck by a vehicle at the age of 10, not too far from the Plaza Automall as a child. And it left me with permanent injuries and could have prevented if, you know, in that particular location, if there was traffic safety, congestion, congestion. I am here today, Your Honor, to your chair and members of the board to say that the parking use at Plaza Automall, we believe as a constituent, as a person who's there, physically there, we believe that it will benefit the community by increasing pedestrian and vehicular safety and improving the traffic patterns that have long been the source of complaints from the community. I believe that the circulation plan will improve on-street parking conditions and lessen traffic congestions. The valet parking will help to provide clear direction to customers. And again, I believe that the nuisance aspect has been addressed in terms of air, privacy, light, and quiet. Plans for the parking roof include all structural necessities, but also go above and beyond in the terms of the visual aesthetics and soundproofing. As you have heard, there are plans for a planted area complete with trees, shrubs, and vegetation. The quality of the proposed rooftop parking is definitely, I believe, truly a gift to our community. It provides a new model for rooftop parking that we can use across the city, which will change the way traffic works, not only in the immediate facility, but also on the street. Plaza Automall worked with the Department of Transportation, as well as the New York Police Department to create these plans. And I believe the proposed rooftop parking can serve, again, as a model for this in how other rooftop parkings would need to involve a collaborative effort with, you know, the community, the constituents, different agencies, Department of Transportation and NYPD. Again, this parking is constructed to address privacy, quiet, light, air surrounding the properties. In conclusion, I just want to say that constituents from across the district will be happy because with the parking lot in place, they'll be able to make it down Nostrand Avenue in less than 5 minutes. Let it be known, this is a commercial lot. I am grateful that I'm grateful that the business occupying the lot has been considerate of the needs of their neighbors. We could have been much less fortunate, you know, because this isn't as of right, but this was a lot of involvement, trust me. That's why it's not only constituents, but it's public officials, it's everybody, it's organizations, it's everybody. COVID-19, I should say, has negatively impacted businesses in my community, especially places like car dealerships, which were one of the businesses that had not been allowed to be open until phase 2. And, you know, like any other business, we certainly want the economics to continue to grow. We want the businesses to succeed and help the economic revival of our district in order to survive. I should also say that it's a personal place for me because that's where I went and helped my mother pick her car, her 2007 Toyota Corolla.
Everybody got their car there.
Yeah, which it's a green car. Which later on, guess what? She gave it to me. She gave it to me as a gift, and I'm still driving that. I have not decided to purchase another car, although my next car will look to more of a hybrid and electric car. No one can speak more for our community than its members. I am a lifelong resident of Flatbush. I reviewed the application and expert witness testimonies like I'm doing now, in which I'm, you know, very delighted to, and believe that more than enough assertions have been made to ensure public safety and quality of life in my district to be improved and not to be hindered by these plans. I hope you agree it is in the best interest of the community, your chair and members of the board to close this application and issue a decision to allow parking on the beautiful rooftop parking so that congestion on Nostrand Avenue is alleviated. And I just want you all to really consider, you know, the actual reason is, for us at least, is to alleviate congestion and put these cars out from the street, away from harming any particular pedestrians that may come forth. Again, I just want to say thank you so much for letting me speak, not only as part of the team, not only as a public official, but a constituent who is a longtime resident and really understand the needs of this rooftop parking. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I have a question for you, or maybe two. Are you aware that the request is not, so that the requirement for this building that's being built without any need for any kind of waivers, just pursuant to a building permit, is required to have 42 parking spaces for the customers now? That's the first thing. The second thing is that though the proposal is to increase by, and Commissioner Chanda will help me, Vice Chair Chanda will help me with this number because I don't have it rolling, but it's to increase the amount of customer parking on the roof by some 30, 40 spaces.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, how many?
So the proposed increase on the roof is for customer parking from 63 to 93 spaces.
I thought they reduced the number on the roof in the last proposal.
Oh, I'm sorry. On the roof, on the roof, the initial customer parking number was 63. Now it's proposed to be 73.
On the roof for
customer parking.
And the cellar now there's 20 something spaces. For
yes, cellar previously there wasn't any customer parking. Cellar will have 20 customer parking and 64 vehicles for sale.
Okay, so just to be clear, that we're talking about 42 required spaces right now for customer parking, and the proposal is to essentially double that for customer parking. But the real issue is that it's going to be doubling the amount of cars for sale. So it goes from something like 150, and I need to scroll up. It's going from something like 150 cars in total on the lot to 200. Yeah, here we go. The As of Right project has 123 cars spaces, including the 42 for customer parking. The proposed has 239 cars, including the 93 for customer parking. So they're increasing the number of cars for sale in this project. It's not only to take customers off the street, which is a different thing. So what you've been talking about is trying to encourage more and more place for customer parking, which is really a different question than what we're being presented with, which is a very large parking garage with 239 spaces, of which 93, only 93 are for customers. Okay, that's the first. The second is, and we'll get the engineer to speak to this. The second is that the so-called landscaping, this board has a lot of experience with landscaping on the exterior, and we do not allow it on any of our projects in planters because this is New York City and the trees die. And so that's the reason that we're concerned about that. And then the other aspect of it is, has anyone demonstrated to you in any formal, frankly, scientific way that what they're proposing to do will actually alleviate the congestion and danger, which I'm so sorry to hear you've been exposed to, that's presented currently by this site. So I'm very well aware of how applicants or property owners and their various consultants can make a presentation to a member, an elected official, and say, we're going to do all these great things, but I'm not sure whether you're seeing the level of study that we're seeing prior to making coming to the conclusion that this will do what you expect it to do. So.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if you would allow me to just address some of the points. From a consumer perspective, from a consumer perspective, you're right. We certainly are looking at the overall benefits in terms of alleviating congestion on the street. That has been our priority. From the chair of the Minority Women Business Enterprise, and living in an area where our economics has definitely been devastated, especially by COVID-19. I don't know if I see any issue with the increase of sales in the area. That's more revenue generation, that's more opportunity for probably hybrid cars and electric cars, and to expand as we're trying to be more environmentally friendly. So I don't know if I have an issue with even with the sales of expanding it because of not only constituency parking, but also expand the sales. That's a small business model that I could completely understand and I would support because I'm a big proponent of the small businesses. In terms of the planting, the planters on the rooftop, I think the model across the city of New York, and we're doing that in our local schools, any building, any recreational centers that we're building, we're certainly trying to keep our rooftop green as possible, again, for the purpose of vegetation, for the purpose of environmentally friendly, clean air and so forth. So if there is an issue where trees might die and so forth, that is something we certainly want to get our environmental experts to take a look at, because those things have succeeded in other rooftops. So certainly want to look at that. And I think your last point was something about congestion, if I have it. So I did take a look, I did tour the place, and it was explained to me how the cars would be coming in and how the cars would be out. There would be someone who's valeting it, obviously, to make sure that customers are protected. I did ask that. So, you know, a valet person who are very familiar with the space who'll be parking the cars, I think that's again a model that we've seen in other parking lots, car dealerships. So I understand there's a lot of technical aspect to it. Being an engineer, you know, having working with members of AIA and lots of engineering firms as I do today, I understand that there are, you know, building codes and standards and stuff like that to ensure the safety of the people, the safety of the workers. I completely understand that. And if all of that is in place, I am just asking to consider the support of this, because if this doesn't get approved, we might still get we might still face a congestion issue, because the company might be expanding. I mean, they're preparing for expansion. So we need lots and spaces for customers, and we need spaces for cars to be on the lot. So it's a win-win for, you know, the people who are living there, and it's a win-win for the business as well. It's a small business. Expand and offering customers and clients in the neighborhood new and better environmental friendly cars. I think I find no problem for that. But I really appreciate the questions asked. And again, I appreciate all of you for allowing me to be here and speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker was council member.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Farrah Lewis. I represent the 45th Council District in Brooklyn, which includes Flatbush, Brooklyn, a neighborhood where Plaza Auto Mall is located. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read this long statement that I have before me, but do want to share and echo some of the key things that the Assembly member mentioned earlier. One, on the onset, when I got elected last year, in June 2019, one of the first issues I had to deal with was the traffic congestion on Nostrand Avenue. And I literally spent hours and days and nights working with NYPD and traffic agents to find solutions and ways for us to address the issues along Nostrand Avenue. So when this project was brought to my attention, I did work with the land use division of the city council to ensure that all the regulations, requirements, and everything regarding considerations were implemented into this project. Those conversations were had. So I heard some of the questions that you gave to the assembly member earlier, and I just want to let you know that we were not only presented before Plaza Auto Mall and their consultants, but we also had conversations with the land use division with the city council. So, you know, the proposed parking roof includes, in my opinion, from what I've read, heard, and was presented, all of the structural necessities that goes into providing this project at Plaza Auto Mall. And definitely the constituents were kept in mind and were the focal point of this to ensure that their quality of life wasn't affected regarding this. So I am a lifelong resident of East Flatbush and Flatbush. I live on Flatbush Avenue. And when constituents call my office to address issues of traffic congestion, I'm there to circumvent it. If I have to literally drive over there and direct traffic, I do it. Because my constituents and how they feel and their quality of life mean more to me than anything else. So I'm here today to support Plaza Auto Mall and this particular project because it is a good project. It's a sound project. And for me, traffic congestion is a problem and we have to find ways to address it. It's a part of economic justice. That's one, but two, environmental justice. If we're providing solutions to address traffic issues on Nostrand Avenue. So I'm here in support of my constituents who are tired of traffic congestion on Nostrand Avenue. I love my constituents and I am very grateful for the NYPD and DOT that work directly with Plaza Auto Mall to address these issues, and we were able to alleviate some of it, but including this rooftop on Plaza Auto Mall will address the overall issue that we're having on Nostrand Avenue that we have to deal with week after week, month after month. So Chairwoman, I hope that you would consider this project. And I hope that you can understand the position that I hold here, where I want to provide a service to my constituents, and having this rooftop ensures that they can drive down Nostrand Avenue without having to stay in bumper to bumper traffic for over 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And with schools reopening in the fall, we want to ensure that folks have the opportunity to get up and down Nostrand Avenue to get to where they need to go. So Chairwoman, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank your board for their time. I don't want to belabor this conversation any longer with these long talking points, but I just want to let you know that I'm here to stand for my constituents. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker. Who's the next speaker?
Oh, hi, it's Eric. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Let's just take a minute to just reflect on what they just said. We're not, again, I can't emphasize it enough. They've
Mr.
never,
Palatnik, could you not review what they said? We heard
yes, I won't. I like what they had to say. They're trying to speak what's
Okay,
really going
please
on.
move this on. We have another case after this.
I'd be happy to. The next issue that came up, before I go on to the next speaker, is I just want to address the fire department's comments that the board raised earlier. I know the Chief Daly, I think I saw him on the phone on the Zoom call, but they raised, they issued a letter, as the board said, just before the hearing. And their letter reads at the very end that they'll be notifying the Department of Buildings Office of Technical Certification and Research and request that an FDNY letter of approval for rooftop access and the installation of parking stackers will be required for application number alt, and they list the application number. So what we're saying right now is in response to that fire department letter, we've worked with Chief Daly in the past with issues such as this. We've been in constant contact with them since the hearing, and they are giving us the opportunity here to comply with the condition that no building permit can be issued. So we're hoping that the board could close hearings on this and act on it today with the condition that we comply with the fire department requirement as they state in their letter. In addition to the fire department, the board had discussions about landscaping. And I think this is probably a great time to have Jay Emperor come on the phone, because you could hear that the assembly person was very excited. She thought it was the nicest thing that she's ever seen for a rooftop parking area, and that it could be a model. And I know the board doesn't have much support for what Jay has put together. So Jay, if you can get on the line now and maybe go through your presentation a little bit and explain your credentials and why you think the landscaping information you provided will address and the concerns.
Sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank Eric for that introduction. I don't think I've had an introduction since like that since I talked to my mom the other day. So just to speak to a few points that were brought up during the
Sorry, Mr. Emperor, what do you do? What's your role?
Sorry, I'm Jay Emperor. I'm with Bowler in Boston. I'm a landscape architect.
Okay.
Just wanted to address a few of the issues that came up in the review session. We'll start with the rendering. One of them was, why are people on the roof? Those were shown for scale. We wanted to make sure that everyone could relate to the height of the wall and the planting and the fence. So it's not the intention to have customers walking around the roof, but those are shown for scale. And then also for the 3D renderings, the plants were shown at what we feel will be a typical plant height. We're up 3.5 feet from the garage roof, and the plants, the junipers in particular, range from anywhere from 12 to 20 feet. So we're not showing them at 20 feet because with a planter installation, plants aren't going to grow to their mature height. But this was an anticipated height of the plants that we're putting in there. It is very lush, but the plants were selected. They're all full sun plants. It's actually a great location for that. The planter is on the south side of the building. It'll be well drained, and that's actually insulation. The planting zone for this particular area is a 7B in the USDA plant zone chart. So it's actually that's actually good for plant selection. Typically, when you're doing a planter, you select plants that are a zone or two lower, just because of the microclimate of a planter. And these plants that we're showing are either zone, they can grow anywhere from zone 2 to 9, 4 to 9. So they're all quite capable of growing in the planter. The depth of 30 inches, 28 to 30 inches. I have numerous projects around Boston that I would love to have that much depth. Usually don't. So this is quite sizable depth for a planter. Typically trees, shrubs in nature, if you will. The soil will freeze to 2.5 to 3 feet deep in a very cold winter. So it's typical for soil to freeze around plants. But junipers, which make up most of the evergreens that we're using, they have very shallow roots. And then the perennials and shrubs also will have relatively shallow roots. So we're comfortable with the plants that we're.
Sorry, what do you mean by shallow roots?
They're only in the top maybe 12 inches of soil. They don't go super deep. So they won't be going down even in nature, if you will. They wouldn't be going down 4 or 5 feet. They're going to stay in the top foot or two.
And then with only 12 inches of soil, how tall would these junipers grow?
Well,
and with the width that you've got front to back on your planting bed.
Right. Well, I would not plant junipers in 12 inches of soil. That's why.
Well, no, I know, but you're saying they're only going down 12 inches. Therefore, they don't need 4 feet of depth. But what about the width, the front to back depth for their tree balls? And how tall will they grow? Because you said they grow from 12 to 20 feet in general, but they won't grow that high here because what will they grow?
We're showing them at about 15 feet height, which so they'll pop up over the fence.
No, you're actually not showing them at 15 feet. You're showing them at 10. But how are they growing? What's the width of the tree ball and the depth of a tree ball for a tree that grows 15 feet? Not what you're showing, but what actually happens with a tree that grows in New York City in really bad air?
Well, a tree, once the tree is maturing, you won't really have a tree ball. If we were transplanting or planting a tree at say 15 foot height and 3 foot wide, the root ball is 10 inches per caliper inch of tree typically. So if you have a 3-inch caliper tree, you're gonna have a 30-inch caliper root ball, so 2.5 feet.
Okay, so then the roots spread.
Sure.
So please answer what I'm trying to get at. I'm looking at, you plant these trees.
Yep.
And you're gonna plant them at, let's just say 6 foot high to start.
They're actually going in 8 to 10. So
you're going to plant them at 8 to 10 feet
correct.
height. Correct. And what's the size of the tree ball then for an 8 to 10 foot high, all ready to go tree?
24 to 30 inches rough.
24 to 30 inches is your tree ball width.
Correct.
And it's only 12 inches deep?
No, it's about 2.5 feet, 2 to 2.5 feet.
Okay, so you're planting a 2.5 foot deep tree ball in soil that doesn't have anything below it, right? It's just the tree ball because you're then hitting the bottom of your planter.
Correct, but it's a very large, it's actually 10 feet wide. That's a very nice size.
No, it's actually not 10 feet wide. It's 10 feet out to out. The inside dimension is 8 feet.
I could double check that, but that's still the larger trees.
10 feet out to out. You have to take away a foot for the structure, plus it seems like, yeah, a foot for the structure on either side on a good day.
Yep, so we would still need 30 inches of that round.
And Jay, you could make it 10 feet if you had to. You can make it 12 feet if you had to.
Yeah, but for, yes, you're right.
Okay.
I'm selecting the juniper and the amelanchier, the larger trees. So they'll have about a 30-inch round root ball. And then the remainder of the space, we have shrubs and perennials that will be placed in there.
Okay, so So my main question is this. I know your engineering firm has done a lot of landscaping. Everything that I see online is landscaping in the ground. How much experience do you have? And I see Commissioner Shates' hand up, and I want to recognize him. How much experience do you have with a roof on top of a parking garage, right? Yeah, a rooftop planting on top of a parking garage in this climate?
I have experience. I have numerous projects in design and actually in construction right now. And
No, I mean, actually, never mind design and construction. I need to know how many projects do you have that have weathered through time and in New York, well, in this climate and ideally in New York City, because we have terrible air, not to mention it's a parking garage. So there's all the fumes from the cars that the trees are going to have to deal with. And if I just look for right now at the effect of the storm we just experienced, there was huge die-off as a result of salt water and so on blowing over the trees. And of course, we know that they put salt down on the rooftops of parking garages in order to not have ice form. You need to respond to all of that, okay?
I probably have 6 to 10 rooftop landscapes. Previous to Bowler, which I've been 2 years, I was a previous landscape architecture firm for 20 years in Boston, working on all urban projects. Or I'd say 90% urban projects, several rooftops in urban conditions. So there's that. And
so can you provide us with examples of actual built surviving rooftops in those climates?
If you go to Northeastern University, Baracus Health Science Center, it was a entire rooftop on a parking garage.
Okay, but so you don't need to provide us now, but when you respond to our comments, we need to see surviving and the details for those rooftops, because I've seen rooftops where planting area is enormous and deep, and that's a different thing than this little planter box that we're talking about here.
Yep. It's little relative to the size of the garage, but again, I'll say 8.5 foot wide by almost 150 foot long planter with three feet of soil that's a good sized planter.
Well, it's not 3 feet. We talked about that already, right? It's 2.5 feet if you have drainage before you have soil, right?
Yep.
So, but, and to this point also, in your Northeast, or in the, whatever the name of the university is, where you have this rooftop, do they have a landscaping department that maintains their properties?
Yes.
Assuming yes, right? And meanwhile, this is a car dealership. So what's the maintenance for the car dealership to ensure that you're always going to have thriving plant life? And the reason that I bring this up is because this board sees every week gas stations and other kinds of automotive uses where we require buffering planting between the residential uses and the activity, also drive-ins and things like that. And in the past, the board allowed planters to be used as a way of solving that. And the board learned upon the return of those applicants 5-10 years later that all the plants died all the time in those planter boxes. So we never allow planter boxes for any of those uses. We require in-ground planting for those uses because they're not professional landscape firms. They are running a different kind of a business, completely unrelated to the subject of planting, and they don't have in-house landscapers who come around every day and pick the dead heads and, you know, remove the weeds and replace the sad ones and replace it and put in something else. Yep. So in that context, I'd like you to, you don't have to respond now, but you need to respond in a submission, okay? Okay, Commissioner Sheta, are you still there or we'll come back?
I'm here. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention two things. Number one, that on the reason for showing the people on top of the roof, the response was the scale. I can see that the planter is fully dimensioned. So, and in addition to that, there are cars shown in the view. So you don't have to show people in the view because you already have cars, and the variability in the height of people is much more than the variability in the height of an SUV. So SUV is known to be that tall. That's it. You got the scale over there. So I didn't buy the argument that it was the scale. But on the root depth issue and the freezing, the current depth of the soil is about 30 inches, 2.5 feet. If let's say on a like a winter day, a storm is gonna hit and it's 20 or 15 degrees for 2 or 3 days, the 2.5 feet of soil are anticipated to be totally frozen. And if that happened, I'm not sure how a tree would survive in an environment like that. In open, if you have like in-ground planting, below the frost depths, the soil, and I remember this from some irrigation classes that I got during my school, beyond the frost depths, you still gonna have some moisture stuck to the grains of the soil underneath. So plants could still, with the retention and absorption, it could still be able to suck some moisture and survive. But in a case like this, actually you're forbidding the plants from finding something like that because you're providing a drainage board that's 12-inch thick at the bottom of the planter. That means that every single piece of moisture that's gonna be like more than what the plant's gonna be able to suck is gonna be drained. So I'm not sure how you're like that confident that trees could survive in a condition like this.
It's just from experience on other projects that the soil will freeze pretty much in any project, and those plants do survive. So, I mean, it's typical.
And it is the same tree type, and it's the same depth for the planting soil, right?
I can't speak to the exactly same types of trees because these were selected
roughly within I would say
general, yes.
If you have something that's the same tree or close with similar planting depth, which is 2.5 feet, you could bring that to us and we can take a look at it. If you have pictures for something like that, we could take a look at it.
I can try to find some examples. Yeah. The intention here is not to do, for many reasons, for longevity of the plants, for cost. We're not doing anything here that is experimental or out of the box. It's fairly standard planting in a planter on structure with drainage, with plant selection for sun.
So Jay, if I can interrupt you, you might not be aware, but this is a job your company did, Bowler Engineering. At Northern Boulevard, that was a Board of Standards and Appeals application with some of the current members that are on it. And I just wanted to call it out just so you could show the quality of the work. This was a similar kind of application in the sense that people were very concerned about the landscaping and the type of vegetation that was going in and the fencing and the quality of it all. And we went through great pains to show the board in that application what we were doing with your firm. And absent here, somebody who's working there forgetting to close the dumpster doors. I think the rest of the site here clearly shows what you're capable of doing and how you could maintain. I mean, I think I see rose bushes growing in an urban environment. It looks like it's in the fall season, given the coloring on the leaves. Can you maybe speak to this landscape and explain how?
Mr. Plotnick,
Yeah.
may I please interrupt you? I don't think we are questioning Mr. Emperor's ability to come up with an aesthetically pleasing landscape. It's more of a question of would it be feasible? Would it be able to survive it? And he seems to have examples that can demonstrate that possibility. That's all. Let's
All right,
not
you're right.
let's not belabor the issue. I
You're
mean, he said he
1,000%
has an
right.
example, and he will provide those examples and walk
No,
us
you're
through it and give us that confidence.
Good.
That's all.
Okay, good. Thank you.
One more thing I want to alert about it. If you erect something, like I'm not talking about this project, but this is general, and I haven't ran any numbers on what I'm saying, but this is my gut as a structural engineer. If you have a condition like you have a wind obstruction like the fence, and you have a tree that's 6 feet or 8 feet tree bold, and it's 10 feet tall, and its embedment or the root depth is just 12 or 18 or even 2 feet deep, and wind blows, it might an uplift condition because of that obstructing fence could be created, and then you're gonna have huge uplift on that tree that could pull out this tree easily. And I really commend you to like check with your structural engineer on that.
Mr. Emperor, I was just looking through Bowler's website, and I came across a project in Warren, New Jersey. It's Vision Real Estate Partners, the client owner listed. So, and that seems to be like some kind of a rooftop garden and other things. I don't know if that's a good example, but you know, I think what you're hearing from us is that we just want the assurance that it can be done. And if it can be done, we want to make sure that the operator has the expertise and the capable maintenance people to maintain it also in that way. So all of those need to be also factored in by the applicant.
Okay, understood.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one, Mr. Platnick.
Yeah, I guess you'd probably want to hear from Andrew Valari. He really spent a lot of time. I don't know if you recall the last hearing when your board was adamant that the solution to the problem of the cars backing up on the ramp that Commissioner Otley Brown was noting a minute ago, when I think when she thought we were coming to the elevator, and you had suggested that if we would just put a stop to the cellar, that could then get everybody down to the cellar, let all the cars maneuver down there and circulate down there, and nobody backs up into the street. So we really impressed upon Adam Rosati and the Plaza Auto Mall that was necessary. As you know, the building was built already, and they did modify it, and then they're happy to put the cellar, as you suggested, to put it there. We think it's a good idea, and that's what we were proud to show you. That's why we were really happy, because we thought that was going to satisfy the board in that the cars were going to come in here. So Andrew, why don't you speak, because you could talk much more clearly about this than I can.
Absolutely. For the record, my name is Andrew Valeri of Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 584 Broadway, Suite 310, New York, New York. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New York, and I've been accepted as an expert witness in front of this board previously. So the application before you this afternoon is a public improvement project. The application is for rooftop parking, requesting a special permit. And what I can tell you is that it's designed for the patrons of Plaza Auto Mall and the used car dealership specifically. So any patron that comes and uses the rooftop parking is one less patron that parks on the street. And you've heard a number of times already how this area is overly congested. This application is seeking to be a potential solution to some of the congestion issues that are currently here. It's taking people that are currently parking on the street and giving them a place off street. So yes, we are requesting spaces for 93 customer parking spaces. That's more than what's required by code, but any improvement, any increase from that is an improvement to everybody that lives in this area. There's less people parking on their streets. I have reviewed.
Mr. Valari, before you go on, I need to set this up a little bit differently. The way that your report works is you're looking at existing conditions prior to the construction of this building. And you're saying in your report, the conditions are terrible congestion, no place to park on site. You give us a parking study that shows 104% on-street parking. occupancy, and that you had told the owner to go find off-site parking to address the existing conditions prior to the construction of this building. So that's your sort of no build condition, where there's no requirement for on-site parking, because arguably those buildings were built without the requirement for on-site parking, or there was on-site parking in the location where this building currently is sitting, this new building is sitting. So it's displacing potential customer parking, and that's not clear because you actually don't discuss that in your report. So that's step one, to understand what's the actual existing what we call the no build, well, it's pre-no build condition before this building was built, because it's odd for us to be looking at a building that's already built and asking for waivers. But before this building was built, you had a terrible condition, and those are the conditions that you studied back in 2019. Now the building has supplanted whatever was in its place. And now it's going to be adding, it's a 25,000 square foot building where there's a 42 space requirement just for the 25,000. What about the parking requirements that might have been in place for the existing building? And this is hard because now I can't look at his face.
I'm still here. I'm understanding what you're saying. If I could,
I have to see. I need to see your face when I'm talking. Right. Okay. So that what we're talking about now is adding 25,000 square feet, many more parking spaces for cars than there were before, cars for sale than there were before, or not, because we don't see the delta between before and after in your study. And then only 42 spaces as of right required. And we don't know how many were supplanted by the building. So you're saying it's going to improve it. It's a mantra I keep hearing everyone say, but the mantra sounds hollow to me because we don't have backup evidence that there's this before, this after and the after is an enormous improvement over the as of right. And the argument is that we need this, and that's why you have the support of the elected officials. We need this to reduce congestion on the street. Actually, one of the assembly member, I believe, said that it would reduce the congestion so that instead of waiting 6 minutes or something to move in traffic, it would move, the traffic would move freely. Where in the world do the electeds get that impression? Is it from your studies, or is it just from nice, hearts and flowers type talking?
Well, I think anybody that knows the area is familiar with the constraints, and that the fact that there is definitely room for improvement here. And, the roadway is supposed to be 2 lanes in each direction with parking on each side. However, it rarely functions that way. You have some double parking that occurs from people either wanting to go find a parking space, looking to get into the service centers. But what this application, and I hate to repeat other people's statements, but it's trying to improve the condition by taking those cars off the street and giving them a place on street. So
sorry, you're not hearing me. So I need you to answer my question and not go into your already prepared speech, because we've heard this speech. I need the question answered. And if you can't answer it now, then go back and answer it after you've done studies, because at the moment, all I see is additional congestion. I don't see reduced congestion, because this building is adding many, many more cars to the site, many more potential customers to the site, the ability to see more than whatever it is, 30 customers per hour. Maybe it's a possibility of seeing 60 customers per hour. And you haven't given us anything on that.
is your question regarding what was previously operating on this property and what was the parking demand for customers at that time?
So let's do this one more time. There's a complaint about congestion that existed prior to the construction of this building. What was the complaint? What were the specifics of that complaint? For instance, And you can't say you don't know because level of service has been studied by the Department of Transportation on this site all the time, on this area all the time. So you can get level of service information without having to click, right? You also said, so on this site was also something, either parking or another building or whatever. What was that site used for? And was it used to alleviate any of the parking needs of the original building? And if it was, what was displaced from that?
Understood. I can answer that question. So what the site was previously used at, and maybe this is better answered by someone else, but what I can say is that the site that we're considering right now was previously used as a surface parking lot for used car sales.
Okay, and how many cars?
I don't have an exact number for you, but if you go, I mean, I can share my screen and just show you.
Okay, well, I need a number, but anyway. No, I need a number, so don't show me the picture. Okay.
It's a lot.
Okay, it's a lot. So those cars are eliminated from the story now, right? No, that's just a photograph.
Sorry, I was sharing the wrong screen. So this is what the site previously functioned as, and maybe we could get you a number, absolutely not a problem. And
so do you know, can you find out whether that site was also used for parking by customers?
Sure.
Okay.
I do not believe it was, but I can confirm that for you. We have other members from the team that may be able to answer that today, but I do not believe it was. I believe it was
Andrew,
storage.
wasn't that the site you just showed?
Correct.
So show it again. That's, I mean,
No,
the pictures were 2000.
you didn't hear my question. The site that he just showed shows parking for used cars. I'm asking, does it also include parking for customers on that site?
Not much. That's what the
I doubt
picture
it.
shows.
I doubt it.
Right, so
based on the
it
way,
was
way
not,
I'm looking at it.
no. Okay, so I need an actual number. There's an answer. So it can't be not much, and I doubt it. It's got to be an actual number. Don't forget, everyone, you're all fact witnesses when you appear here. That's why you get sworn in. If you don't know the answer, don't make up an answer, okay? So it's impossible to tell from looking at this whether there's a way in for customers or how maybe customers might have gone on site,
It
okay?
doesn't look like there's an entrance for customers. This is completely blocked, the entire frontage based on sale vehicles, used vehicles for sale.
Okay, so what we're hearing is that however many cars were parked on that site to sell used cars is an X number, right? And there was no on-site customer parking, right? Now the building comes in, and so the traffic congestion was terrible. So now the building is built and the same number of used cars plus, I don't know how many, new cars plus used cars are being put as of right in this new building, plus 42 parking spaces. Have the number of used cars and new cars increased over the lot that had the used cars? Or is it the same number in the as of right? If it's the same number in the as of right, then you've added 42 spaces of customer parking.
That's what we're here to ask you for. We're here to ask you for permission to build on the
please,
roof.
I'm going to mute you because I don't want you to speak unless I recognize you. All right. So the 42 cars were added. That's an as of right add. You must have those cars on site. Okay. If the number of cars, of used cars or whatever it is that's for sale, that was for sale in those photographs that you presented are the same in the building, then you've already improved the conditions by 42 cars. So I want to know, has that alleviated the problem or hasn't that made a huge impact on the problem? And so arguably, aren't we done? And then we look at the proposed. The proposed is an increase, certainly, in the number of cars for sale over what was for sale on the empty lot, and also over what was permitted in the as of right. Why are there more cars there? Arguably, it's so that there can be more customers there. Then you don't have 30 people visiting per hour, as was the original number. You have, let's just say, 50 people visiting per hour. So what the proposal could be doing is increasing the congestion, not decreasing the congestion. And that's the study that I want done. And if you don't understand it, listen to the video again slowly, and I think you'll understand. And if not, you can reach out to your project manager for clarity.
Absolutely. It's
Okay.
the beauty of these things being recorded. And I appreciate your comments. One thing I just want to point out to the board is that as part of the special permit application 7303, specifically section D, we have heard back from the DOT. We heard their comments on December 24th, 2019. It was actually Christmas Eve. They had a number of comments. We responded to those comments on May 8th, 2020. To date, we have not heard back from the DOT, but my understanding is that part of the special permit application for a project like this, we're required to consult with the DOT and accommodate all their concerns. I believe that we're on the way to do that. There's nothing that's specifically listed in that criteria where we need to provide a parking accumulation study or a trip
I'm going to
generation
stop you
study.
right there. Don't do that, because and that's the warning that I gave Mr. Palatnik. This board has the authority to request studies to make sure that the proposed project is not creating adverse conditions. And if we're requiring this study, you give us the study. Otherwise, I don't know what to say, because as far as I can tell, all of the promises made to the elected officials were platitudes, not based on any factual information. And because DOT hasn't given us the results of any study, and certainly the land use division of the city council hasn't given us the results of the study, all I can say is it sounds nice, therefore let's go ahead and do it. But we have to look deeper than that. So you must stop defending yourself against all of this. We're requiring that you do it, okay? All right. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Valari? No.
One question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you say, Mr. Valari, that you are bringing the cars down into the cellar, putting them on the elevator, and then bringing them up to the roof?
That's correct.
Then how many reservoir spaces do you have on that ramp?
There's 3.
There's 3. Plus the 2 spaces before the ramp starts going down?
No, there's 1 space that's level, and then you start going down the ramp. There's 2 spaces on that. Eric will pull it up. Yep. So for
a total of 3?
For a total of 3, and there's a ton of signage that's directing entering patrons on where to go and where to pull up to. So yes, 3.
Okay, thank you.
So how does that work? Normally we see 10 on a garage, right?
10
requirement, and here's this really congested area, and we're told that under the old conditions, there are 30 appointments per hour. So how do 30 appointments per hour get handled with 3 reservoir spaces?
So the easy answer to that question is that they're by appointment, right? And you mentioned that 30 appointments, so they're scheduled. It's not a random arrival of traffic where you'd have any number of people showing up at the same time to go to a major retailer. They're scheduled appointments, and 30 appointments per hour. I want to just explain where we got to that number. We based it on current plaza operations. They've got a number of dealers up and down the block. What we did is we looked at a week's worth of appointment information, and we took the single most successful dealership, which was Honda. Then what we did was, and just by the way, that has the most amount of sales. It has the most amount of salespeople, and we looked at their entire week. We took the busiest single day. Then we took and you mentioned it earlier, it's 150 something over the course of the day. Now, the day is a standard working hour. It's not over 8 hours. I believe it's over, I believe 11 hours. So even if you did the math and you just broke up 150 sales over, I believe 11 hours is what they're open on Saturday, that's not even in 30 appointments in an hour. So we've done something that's entirely conservative. We're accounting for growth here. We're looking at analyzing this in a conservative fashion. We've submitted all this to the DOT. They have commented specifically on that. We've provided all the information that they asked for. And that's all the background I wanted to provide specifically regarding the number 30 appointments.
Okay, so don't give us 30 if it's not 30. You gave us 30, so we're running with 30. And by the way, 30 equals 60. You come in and you come out in an hour. And if it's by appointment, then I have an appointment. If it's 30 per hour, arguably I have 30 salespeople or 20 salespeople who can handle. I have 20 salespeople who can handle 2 per hour, just for argument's sake, right? So that's one every 5 minutes. I mean, come at noon, come at 10 afternoon, come at 20 afternoon, right? And they're overlapping. So what you've got, and people aren't going to come according to the 10 after 12, right? If I have a 10 after 12 appointment, I'm going to be there by 10 to 12. Otherwise, I'm going to be late for my appointment. I don't know. And so you have many people arriving at the same time. You're acting as if they're taking the train. They're not.
They could be 10:15, 10:30. They could be.
Yes, right. But they could be all over the place with respect to that 1 hour where you set up the standard of 30. So I'm sorry, when you give us data, don't back off your data. We rely on it. And so far, what I'm seeing is 2 people, like a person every 2 minutes coming and going according to your data. And how in the world does that not end up with backing up into the street, clogging the street, because you only have 3 reservoir spaces and
to answer that question,
garage has 10.
It depends on how many valet staff they have. This is going to be a 100% valet operated garage where there'll be someone waiting to transfer your vehicle once you pull down to the bottom of the ramp to move it. And there's, depending on how many valet employees there could never be a queue that it gets to 4 where you're backing up onto the street. And we designed that specifically to avoid backups onto the street.
Okay, so rather than hearing what I'm not believing, we've seen an amazing study with one parking garage where we asked for them to do throughput analysis. You need to do that too, because I don't believe anything about this. The valets would have to run to the car in the street and drive it down the ramp, but they can't because somebody's in the ramp. And so you're going to need to show throughput analysis to make this believable about a typical hour at a peak time and how the cars are handled to not create congestion in the street. It seems obvious that if you had 10 reservoir spaces that could then get into the elevator, which is quite confusing because you can't get into the elevator from there. So the elevator is only for egress, is that what it is? So the elevator is only to come down from the roof, it's not to go up?
And it could come up from the cellar, yes. And so, there's no drop off occurring in the street. A customer, member of the public, drives into the building down to the bottom of the ramp. That's where the transfer from customer to valet occurs. You are about 60 feet off of the street at this point. You're well out of the way of the public travel.
So that means then they're driving. Okay, so then the valet is driving from the bottom of the ramp in the cellar back up the ramp.
No, incorrect. So they're driving the turnover point. And Eric, if you're controlling the screen, could you go down 1 page? All right, so the drop-off point is 60 feet into the building. And that's only halfway down the ramp, right? The ramp then turns to the left. And then you can see the start of that ramp that's going down in grade. Then, Eric, if you could scroll up 1 page.
Wait. Just show with an arrow where a person drops the car.
A little bit further up the page where there's the gigantic arrow.
You mean right there next to the elevator? I thought we discussed this already. That's enough room for 3 cars. Didn't you say they go all the way down to the bottom of the ramp?
No, right where Eric's circling.
Yeah, okay, so again, it's a reservoir for 3 cars.
Which is good.
It's not good. We talk about 10 cars as being the standard.
I'm not familiar with that standard. I'm sorry.
You're not. You appear before us all the time. Parking garages are required in the zoning resolution to have a 10-car reservoir.
I'm
And-
sorry, I've never seen that myself.
What?
You're talking about a 10-car queue for a drive-through?
No.
I've never
I'm
seen it.
talking about the
I don't know what you're speaking
residential-
about.
Sorry, you often see parking garages that have to have a reservoir area for the drop-off for the valet.
You just mentioned the
Right.
10-car requirement.
What's the requirement then? Not 10? We don't know what.
I don't think there is
All
any
right.
requirement.
Well,
There's a
there-
requirement for the Manhattan Core Special District. That's not here.
Ah, okay. So, but normally, I'm not gonna dispute that because I don't have it in front of me.
Those are called reservoir spaces. Yes,
Yes,
that's the
that's
only
right.
requirement I think that you're talking about. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what
the
you're talking about.
drive-throughs.
No, not only drive-throughs, also parking garages, but I'm not going to get into it more. But the problem is you only have 3 cars in this waiting area, and you have 30 people coming and going in an hour. And I don't want to talk about this anymore because it's ad nauseum. You need to show us throughput and not here, because I really, you need to do an analysis, and just pointing to it isn't persuading me. You need to do a throughput analysis because you're talking about so many cars.
Absolutely. So we can do what's called a Poisson queuing analysis, where we look at the total amount of arrival vehicles and then compare that with the dispersal of those same vehicles. So Poisson accounts for a random arrival of vehicles. Now, if you don't do that, because math sometimes is complicated, you could assume that 30 vehicles distributed over an hour. Just for the sake of the argument, you could say it happens every 2 minutes. A vehicle arrives. As long as a valet retrieves a vehicle in less than 2 minutes, there's never a queue that's more than 1 vehicle.
Can I just get in here for a second?
Absolutely.
If you're considering the customers that are coming to the various dealerships, the Honda, the Toyota, and I think it's Mazda, I think there's a possibility that all of them are going to be making their appointments at the same times, basically. So it's not likely somebody's going to say 1, 102, 104, 106. It's going to be like 4 cars could come at 1, 4 cars could come at 1:15, 4. That's usually how it's going to happen, because they all have independent appointment schedules. So I think when you do your analysis and you show us, you should keep that in mind.
Absolutely. And again, it's relating to the salespeople and when their availability. So someone may want to come at 10 o'clock, the next available appointment's at 10:15. So, and then you could have someone that's scheduled for 10:15, they show up at 10:09. I understand. And we'll bake that all in.
I think that you might want to check 1325, ZR 1325 with regard to the reservoir spaces.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Shabeta. Okay. I think we should move on from the traffic. Commissioner Sheta, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to be very quick. I did ask about adding the noise, because the way it was described gave me the impression that if we're adding up 4 or 5 sources of noise, and one of them is 45, the resultant of all of them will be 55 or 50, and it's going to become 60. I got the impression from the submission that it's just 10 decibels increase. Like I said, as far as I understand, sound is energy, like an earthquake. An earthquake, it's tectonic plates hit each other. In case of sound, it's the energy that's produced by the speaker that makes the sound travel into space. So if this is the case, I would like the sound engineer, to give us an idea on how more noisy would be a 60 dB versus 50 dB, because the way it was described again, it was downplaying the effect. So if you can give a quick answer to that, that's fine. If you cannot, you can probably respond in writing. But as far as I understand, if you have a 6 magnitude earthquake and a 5 magnitude earthquake, it's not just 20% more, it's 10 times more. So it's actually 1,000% increase. So please get back to us on that.
Okay.
So
Eric, would
I'm
you like?
afraid my point is it could be similar in this in case of sound. So we want to make sure that if this is the case, we're aware of that.
Okay.
This is Kevin Williams from Equity Environmental. I can respond to that question on noise
Yeah,
quickly.
Kevin, if you can, just for one split second, I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Chevetta's comment a second ago. I just looked up 13/25. That's the parking and loading regulations in the Manhattan core.
It should be 3613.
3613. Thank you.
Modification of maximum size of accessory group parking spaces, where it says if accessory commercial use parking has adequate reservoir spaces at the entrance to accommodate a minimum of 10 automobile.
Thank you, Commissioner Chan.
Thank you.
I wanted to correct myself. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's the section we're looking for. Thank you.
Okay, we need to move fast, but we have another case after this. So please,
Okay.
Everybody speak really quickly, and we also have testimony. Okay, Mr. Williams, go ahead quickly, please.
Yes, so Commissioner Shetta, you were referring to page 7. So absolutely, in terms of algorithms and earthquakes, we certainly do follow this technique. It's per the secret technical manual. So if you reference page 7, rather than providing the algorithm in terms of how you do additive noise. So in this case, you have 54.2 decibels is the ambient existing noise. Then we added on, there's 2 types of noise. One is an instantaneous noise, like a door click, right? And then there's vehicles in terms of hourly arrival of vehicles on the rooftop of the garage. That amounts to 44 decibels. And when you look at page 77, that spread between 44 decibels and 54.2 decibels is over 10 decibels. And per the secret technical manual and per the additive algorithm that's used to apply cumulative portions of noise, the noise level is left unchanged. Now, that does not mean the other components of noise which are evaluated in this, such as a door click, such as the instantaneous sound of the lift locking, which are second impulse noises. And those are of such degree and such a magnitude that when added to the traditional background 1 hour analysis, which is how you evaluate the exposure of noise on residences, those are, they simply do not cumulatively add on to the noise exposure over an hour to make a meaningful difference. So the point being that the continuous noise that can be expressed over an hour rate by what's called an L10 or 10% of the noise exposure over an hour, which is the 30 vehicles, even up to 40, 50, 60, do not amount to a noise exposure that exceeds between being within 10 decibels of the ambient noise. So this notion, if it was, say, if for instance, if the noise generated by 30 or 40 cars on the roof was in fact 53.2 decibels, then we would use the algorithm, which, as you stated, even one decibel increase or is within 1 decibel of that range would add to 3 decibels increased. So that's on page 7. So I just asked you to read the document more carefully, because it is that analysis is in there, and your understanding of how the propagation and the added propagation of noise components is in fact algorithmic. That is considered, however, individual split-second noise impulses do not get added in the same way, and they simply do not amount to considerable noise. Now, having said all that, the acoustic fence or acoustablock that the chair had referred to, so that has 22 OITC, and it's not vinyl. It's actually an elastoplastic type of thing that's composed of material that allows vibration to be absorbed, and rather than an acoustablock, which actually the noise bounces off of. So, and the other benefit of this chair that I wanted to express as somebody who's interested in design is that, and this is not a good picture, this can be applied to a beautiful articulated ornamental wood fence. It can be applied to, it does not have to be put on chain link. It also bends, so it can actually be, like applied to the landscape scene very easily. And so as opposed to a thick block, your assumption is somehow that's more effective, but I would argue that it's not. And in particular, in this case, the materials that we showed basically blocking 22 OITC and actually absorbing the noise. So this is a new product that was developed by the same company that does the AcoustiBlock, which are larger blocks. It's more like a wall, but as you said, this is hung applique, but it can be hung on anything. So it gives you more design options.
I didn't ask you to go into these kind of details. My question was very specific, and actually you did everything but answering my question. My question is, how much energy in a 55 as it compares to a 50? Because when you say, when adding, let's say 50 and 50, the resultant is 53,
no,
you're giving
not,
the impression that the resultant is
I
not
answered your
that
question.
much.
Please
Don't speak over the commissioner.
I'm muting you because you cannot interrupt the commissioner. Okay? Now,
I didn't ask you to go over the details for the material. I didn't ask you to explain to me how decibels would be added. I do have the decibel calculator in front of me, and I could add whatever. I understand how it works, and I understand the mechanism of that acoustical fence, how it works. But I'm asking you about, if you add 50 and 50, I totally agree that the resultant is 53. If you divide the impression that like a general guy would get, it's 53 over 50, the increase is just 6%. My point is, it's not. It's way more than that. And I'm asking you, how much more?
okay, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please. You're muted. Please unmute yourself. There you go.
Commissioner, I apologize. I was trying to answer two questions related to noise. I'm sorry to conflate the issue. The analysis contained in our report is correct. DEP will review it. I'm sorry that you have a different understanding of noise than we proceed with in the secret technical manual, but 1 decibel or 0 decibels equals to 3 decibels when you're considering additive noise. And that's based on algorithmic analysis. If it's 2 or 3 decibels, excuse me?
I am not questioning that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking you a very simple question. If you have 53 resulting from adding 2 50s, how the noise resulting from the 53, from the 2 noise sources, compares to the one that's resulting from 1, which is just 50? Is it 53 divided by 50 equals 6% more, or it's something different?
No. Existing 50 plus 50 equals a future condition of 53 in terms of exposure.
How's that compared to the 50? Is it 6%
3 decibels
more?
difference.
Is it 2 times more? Is it 10 times more?
In terms of noise exposure, yes. In terms of the way that, in terms of that sound. So first of all, there's a 3 decibel reduction to the source that we're evaluating. So we're about 60 feet away. So it would actually drop back down to 47. But if you're asking what is the exposure in terms of the noise, in terms of the impact to humans, 50 to 53 is not significant, as indicated in the chart, in terms of what outdoor exposures, which is the 65 is the outdoor exposure limit, which could potentially result in a significant impact on a sensitive receptor. So if that's what you're asking, what the qualitative impact of those 3 decibel differences is to an observer, it's not significant in this case. If we got to 80 or to 83, then you are certainly talking about, as you said, significant additional exposures and problems to the human ear.
Okay, I think we need to move on, even if you didn't get a satisfactory answer, because, okay. Okay, Mr. Palatnik, do you have anybody else you want to give a presentation? Because I have questions.
Yes, just one more person is on the line with us. His name is Ian Rasmussen. He's from Urban Cartographics. I believe he's been taking notes and observing, and he has some information that he texted me that he'd like to speak to. So he did submit a report, and I'll let him speak to that also. Mr. Rasmussen, are you available?
Yeah.
Everybody hear me?
Just to remember, we've read the report, so please don't go through what the report already says. Add something new.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I think what Eric's referring to, I'll take the lead on coordinating with Eric about the 10 reservoir space requirement, because I believe that is only triggered when the parking facility exceeds 150 spaces. More than happy to give you that in writing, or I'll have Eric provide that in writing. In terms of our report, there was some question about how the particular sites, rooftop parking sites identified in our report came into existence. A little bit more research can be done. And then as far as how those sites were identified, the answer, to be perfectly honest, is that we just scanned the city looking for buildings with parking. It's not so easy to identify them, of course, because in a regular top-down aerial, they often just appear to be a parking lot. Regardless of whether they arrive by way of being grandfathered or previous grants by the board under this same section, I would maintain that none of the facilities we were able to find, nor there was another one on 86th Street that was previously mentioned in this hearing, none of them provide anything in the way of the landscaping or what is currently a fence with some sort of an opaque sheeting, which maybe the next time you see it will be a wall. All of that would be much more than any of the other rooftop parking has provided to date. I'd also add, I think it's worth noting that the section of the special permit specifically allows for the rooftop parking in C1 and C2 overlay districts, and those are necessarily found throughout the city in close proximity and often sharing rear lot lines with homes. So while I appreciate the board's authority and review in this instance, I would say we ought to expect, as a part of the zoning's intent, that it was expected that there would be rooftop parking in commercial buildings that shared lot lines with residential homes.
Okay, so the reason that I think I see Commissioner Shanda's hand up. The reason that it's relevant to me when those other sites were approved or how they were built, because one of them seems to be borderline maybe illegal, I'm not sure, is because if this board has not looked at a lot of situations that are similar to this one, that makes a difference. And especially when we get sort of veiled threats about going to court, even though those get denied, then there might be court involved. And so we need to be able to say to the judge, we distinguish ourselves from those because they were approved prior to 1961, or they were approved in 1963. I found one, and the board has changed its view in 60 years. And
right, but the proposed conditions here, we're not sort of seeking to emulate these arguably ramshackle rooftop parking arrangements in other buildings.
Well, actually,
here is something much better looking.
No, but actually, I want to say that though I don't want to say that they're ramshackle, because most of them aren't. They're just buildings built with parking right up against the edge in some cases, but notably in a couple of cases, there's a significant distance between the residential parking. I don't think we need. Could you take this off? This is really distracting, and I need to see Mr. Rasmussen's face when I talk. We see situations where there's a significant distance between the residential property line and the first row of parked cars, and that's actually what I'm talking about here. And then the subject of environmental justice was raised by one of the elected officials. I'm talking about that too. It's environmental justice to reduce the congestion on the street. And it's also environmental justice to not force private homes to suffer in the interest of a business that hasn't figured out how to take care of its own business needs and isn't willing to make significant changes to the project to do that because they went ahead and built a building before coming to us. So I don't want to have a debate about this. That's just my statement. And let's move on. But Commissioner Shanda had her hand up.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Okay. Section 36-13, modification of maximum size of accessory group parking spaces in C1 to C8. It reads, in all districts as indicated, a group parking facility may contain additional spaces not exceed 50% of the maximum number of otherwise permitted under the provision of section 3612. If the Commissioner of Building determines that such facilities, A, is not important in this case, B is not important in this case, C, if accessory to commercial use, has adequate reservoir space at the entrance to accommodate a minimum of 10 automobile space. That is the number that is the chair referring to. It's almost like an as of right. So in this case, you're proposing an increase in the number of parking spaces you're going to provide. Forget about the fact this is a group parking or not, it's an auto sales, I hear it. But the similarities of the activities and everything is what we are trying to nature and therefore say that you need to provide more than the 3 number of parking spaces. And as Commissioner Audrey Brown pointed out, that this space is going to be used by other automobile dealers who may have different appointments at the same time, and therefore there could be more than 3 people coming at a given time. So need to factor in all of those and make sure you have adequate reservoir spaces. One question I have, which is under the existing plan, the building is already built, I understand. So it's probably is already operating. Under the as of right plan, you must be providing your 42 parking spaces. You must be providing the reservoir space. You must be providing all of this. So you have to give us that analysis also and use that as one of the base to go to the next one of the proposed. You can't go from the existing, which is no longer existing because you already have a new building.
Correct. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Palatnik, I need a response to the very simple reality of, I think this building does not comply with zoning with respect to the rear yard. It's measuring 25 feet above curb within the 30 feet of the distance from the property line to the residential district. How? And how in the world can you have a use that's prohibited in that 30 feet from, how can you even have that as a proposal? Hence the 30-foot setback to the first car.
I will get you an answer to that to find out. We just heard about that this was your a concern of the board just now, and we will raise that. Going to what you're saying before, again, I just want to reiterate that we do want to be extremely cooperative with the board, and we do want to change our plan to accommodate you to the extent that we can. So if anything else is being taken from this, please, that's not our intent. But I do want to call out that if I could just screen share for a moment on the seller level, if I could find my way back into the call a little bit here. I lost my way, but I don't need to screen share. The seller level, we could look at a way to maybe add more queuing spaces. I'm staring at it right now, if that's a concern of the board. And I hear what you're saying, that whether or not it's in the code or not, you might want to see it. And we get that. And we'll try to find a way to make that happen. I just want to remind the board that we did change that whole circulation pattern at the cellar. Madam Chair, you had a great idea at the last hearing. You spent a lot of time telling us that it's silly that we don't have a stop at the cellar and that we screwed up because we built it first and we weren't willing to make the changes. And then if we would just add a stop to the cellar, then all the cars could circulate down to the cellar and then the valet could bring them up and down to the roof and they wouldn't back up. And that was a discussion that we had with the board. So we are anxious to keep encouraging that conversation. We're hearing all the comments you're making, and I'll leave it there. We're not trying, we don't want to go to court. We want to build this. And I'll make one more statement. We're unabashedly telling you we need the space because business is good. We're not telling you we're not trying to get more people here. We're Brooklyn based. We've done great for the last 20 years. During COVID, we're doing even better now. And we are based here and we want to grow here. So that's unabashedly, we're telling you that yes, but we don't believe that by building the rooftop parking, we're causing more of a problem. They're already here, they're not leaving. So this will help alleviate it. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I don't want to go into this again, but you can't just say it will help alleviate it without science.
We'll show you. We'll give you.
Okay. And I need to say that the studies need to be done during peak hours, not Monday at 10 o'clock when peak hour is at a different time, right? And we learned that Saturday is actually the peak hour with the most people coming. And so if that's also coinciding with low levels of service on the road, that's your peak. So Commissioner Otley Brown?
Just want to say that if you're considering moving the drop off with the valet any further down the ramp, you're going to have to provide safe passage for the customers when they leave the car. So just bear that
1000%.
in mind.
I'm
when you do
staring at that. I'm thinking about running the cars down to the cellar and maybe have the elevator at the cellar like we just did on another application that you gave us the same suggestion, and run the people up and down through an elevator and let the cars go 30 deep into the cellar. So we're not, listen, this is not meant to battle the board. We're really not. And I hope you're taking from that, from everybody's commentary. With that, why don't we I know we have a lot of people from the public that want to speak.
Yes,
So
right.
I
So
think
let's
we all
move-
understand our position.
Thank you. Let's move to public testimony. Kurt, take it away.
So this is calendar number 2019-24BZ related to 2721 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. If you would like to speak on this application, please call 646-558-8656 with the meeting ID 994-5938-8177. And if you are already dialed in, please either use Zoom's raise hand feature if you're on the Zoom app or your computer, or press *9 if you would like to speak on this application.
Okay, so we see the first hand up by Alicia Pierre. So let's unmute her, or unmute yourself. And please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Elisha Pierre. I am the Operations Director for the Asian American Caucus. We are a Brooklyn-based community organization who focuses on resources and bettering our community. And we wanted to just come on and lend our support to Plaza Auto Mall, as we have had constant communication with our community. And we believe that as you stated before, there is no science right now, but we believe, based on our conversation and based on my travel, that the parking spaces off of the street will relieve congestion and lead to better to a better way of life. We believe that will help stop people from double parking, as well as, people pulling out ridiculously out of parking spaces, and leading to less incident.
Sorry, could you clarify that? Say that again about moving out of parking spaces.
So, especially coming down Nostrand, people looking for parking and either coming out of parking spaces, they tend to not necessarily look, or because they've been circling the block several times trying to find parking, they tend to drive erratically, is the word, erratically. So with less traffic, or with less congestion in the area, we hope, based on the parking that's going to be provided, if your board was to grant this project, I'm hoping that kind of congestion, those kind of erratic drivers, would lessen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. You have anything else to say?
We also want to say that we hope that this project can continue, because the partnership that we've had with Plaza Auto Mall and their support of our specific community, which we appreciate, based on helping to create scholarships, as well as help new drivers. They've partnered with us to supply turkeys and all different book bags, and they've just been a model citizen in our community. And I think that's also part of them expanding their business, is that the community sees that they're good partners, and so the community comes to them as a result of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you calling in.
No problem.
Okay, next speaker. Who was the next speaker with hands up?
We have an attendee with the phone number 640, so we're going to allow to talk.
Okay. That person.
Yeah, hi, my name is.
Sorry.
My name is. Hello, do you hear me?
You have to turn off your YouTube video because we get an echo and we can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't think I have it on, but let me see. Is this better? I turned everything off.
Okay, try that again. State your name again.
Gil Seigler, C-Y-G-L-E-R.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a local resident and I'm on the community board. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not the community board. But I do, I previously owned a business on Nostrand Avenue, and as a member of the community board, I would say that I agree with the prior callers. The Plaza's been a great corporate citizen, but from my experience in the automotive business, and particularly in the car rental business and the community board, I think this would be a great addition to Nostrand Avenue. It would relieve the congestion. All my talks with Plaza and some of their representatives, this would definitely remove some cars off the street. And I guess, they could probably address some of those bottleneck issues that I've heard discussed throughout this call. But I think conceptually, this is an excellent idea in behalf of the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other people who would like to speak on this? I see other people. Yeah, go ahead. State your name, please. Anybody else with their hand up who would like to speak on this? Otherwise, we're going to go back to the applicants and figure out when they're going to be coming back. That's it, right, Kurt?
Right, nobody else has their hand raised in Zoom, or if you're on the telephone, again, that's *9 if you would like to speak on 2019-24 BZ.
Okay, so which is the auto dealership. Okay, so Mr. Palatnik, how much time to respond to our many questions, and also in particular for Stonefield to do their analysis?
I just texted to Stonefield. They could be out there this weekend, and we've all texted as a group. We could all have our responses in within 3 weeks. So anytime after the next 3 weeks, we're ready to go. They're anxious for the space, and they've committed a lot of resources to attend to your board's concerns. So whatever you deem appropriate, but we'll be ready to submit in 3 weeks.
Okay, so I just want to say with respect to Stonefield, I don't want to see sort of a half-baked submission. So rather than rushing it, we're going to give you more time because the response needs to be very, very detailed to respond to everything. And I'm afraid that it will not be done carefully enough, and that maybe only one weekend isn't enough. And I'm not sure whether the weekend is the peak time, because you also need to look at level of service, which they need to draw those records from DOT. When is the level of service at the intersection the worst? And you lay on top of that the peak hours, and also from just observation of driving around there, people are aware of when the worst congestion is. Those are the times that should be studied. Worst congestion plus greatest number of appointments.
Mr. Rosati just texted me. He's the owner of Plaza. He said he will give Mr. Stonefield whatever resources they need fiscally to make sure that they dedicate enough manpower to get it done in the next 3 weeks. So they're happy. They understand your concern.
We
they're ready
can't
to submit.
necessarily accommodate a 3-week submission anyway. We have a very full calendar.
I understand. Whatever pleases the board, we'll be okay with, but we'll be ready in 3 weeks.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to the next one. I appreciate everyone calling in, all the consultants. We really appreciate you participating in this interesting Zoom call thing, and also members of the public and the electeds. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Item number 22, 2019-25
Wait, before we do that, we've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. How about giving everybody a 10-minute break?
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, okay. So that's 5:40, 10 minutes to 6. Okay, is that enough?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone okay with that? 10 minutes so we don't go on until 9 o'clock at night, hopefully? Okay, thank you.
Oh my God.
Tony, mute yourself. We just need Commissioner Sheta and Shibeta to show on the screen.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Commissioner Shibeta? There we go. No, that's not in. Okay, I think we should probably just get started. I texted him to come back. Maybe
You don't have a quorum.
Yeah, we do.
Where's Shibeta?
All but Shibeta are here. I'm just going to call.
Oh, he's there. Okay. Okay. We're live, right? Muted, Marjorie. Madam Chair, you're muted. You're muted.
See, give me a chance. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know if you heard me. I'm sorry.
I did, but I couldn't find the button. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're live?
Yes.
Okay, so the next case is 2019-25 BZ 40-48 Commercial Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, and we see Mr. Lobel already and Mr.
Amanda Anati.
Amanda.
All right, Mr. Lobel is identified as Miss Anati, so maybe they can fix that.
No, actually, oh, yeah, there we
There it
go.
goes, sorry. Barbara Cohen, Peter. Jen. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so is everybody here for your team? Amanda? Richard? You're muted, sorry.
Speak up if you're, there we go.
I can't hear you, Amanda.
Everyone's here.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC, joined by Amanda Iannotti of my firm, as well as the entire applicant team. I begin with those two dreaded words to be uttered by both applicants and listened to by the board. Good evening. Thank you, board, for hearing our case. I would start merely by saying, first of all, we thank the board for the thoroughness of their comments during the executive session. We listened to all of them. We had a pre-call prior to this hearing, so we're able to address some of the comments that were made by the board. I'd start by saying that there are some variance applications which may be a type of intellectual exercise. There's some where developers may be seeking to extract more money than they are due under the law. That is not this. This is an application where the developer has begun this process nearly 3 years ago and is really trying to make a wholehearted effort to develop what is viewed as a challenging site. Since the time of the last board hearing, which was back in October 2019, there have been several significant developments with regards to this matter. The first is that the reason for this long layover was the applicant made huge efforts at DEC in order to develop a dewatering plan that was acceptable to that agency. There was a tremendous amount of interaction with DEC. Mr. Jaron can talk a bit about that during his presentation, but suffice to say, as the board is aware, that we were successful in completing that plan. We understand that pursuant to comments of Commissioner Sheta, that there were some issues with the dewatering plan. Would be happy for Peter to address those directly with the commissioner. Importantly, in addition, the application has become better in that the applicant has introduced affordable housing units, inclusionary units into the development, as was suggested by the board. They are wavered down because of the greater as of right floor area for inclusionary units, as well as the parking waiver down. Importantly, because I want to go over the specific numbers, the board mentioned about doubling of the FAR in this case. That's not the case. The FAR that was the maximum permitted at the last application was at the last submission was 2.2. The maximum now permitted is 2.42, and the request now is still for 3.82. So the percentage did go down.
No, but the total is still 4 point something, right?
3.82, Chair. So that
Wait, I thought the total for the whole site is 4.36. That's what it says on the zoning side.
That's including the commercial floor area. That's correct. The
Okay.
waiver for the residential is the 3.8, correct?
No, but that's not how you look at the project. The total project is an FAR of 4.36. No matter what, you're not allowed to exceed the highest amount of floor area permitted on the site, right? So 2.43 is, 42 is, or whatever it is your highest permitted FAR, right? So you're doubling the FAR, almost.
Understood, Chair. I mean, I think it's a minor point with regards to the fact that we're requesting a waiver of the residential floor area. But again, we understand. I think the sole point we would make would be that the waiver did decrease. So for FAR, for density, because now the maximum permitted units would be 19 and the density would remain the same, that degree of waiver decreased. The parking also, there had been a mention of 14 spaces. That actually is, there's a 10 would now be required because of the additional spaces that would not be required pursuant to inclusionary units in the transit zone. So with the 3 that are being provided, that waiver also decreased in all 3 of those sections. But I think primarily what we'd like to do is to have the environmental and financial professionals, because we are joined, of course, by Barbara Cohen, talk directly to Commissioner Sheta and Commissioner Otley Brown with regards to the points made on their studies. Again, we're really just trying to build a building here. We understand the points that were made with regards to different approaches to reviewing the environmental factors. Peter is able to discuss those at length, clarify certain materials, and have that thorough conversation. And we understand, Commissioner Otley Brown, the errors that were in the financial analysis. Barbara Cohen has looked at those, has done some calculations. She can share those. But again, we look forward to the opportunity to thoroughly addressing the board's comments. So at the discretion of the chair, given the importance of the environmental factors here, I would actually ask Peter to address some of the comments that were made, including his conversations with DEC. Again, those were extensive conversations which resulted in the very specific nature of the dewatering factors that were provided here.
Okay, I just want to recognize in 1 second, Commissioner Otley Brown, but I need to correct your statement about the zoning analysis. The set of drawings provided to us on July 23rd, 2020, which I believe is the last set of drawings provided, show that 14 parking spaces are required and 3 are being provided. So if that's incorrect, then that needs to be corrected. And I'm not sure if there's other mistakes on there, but that's the one that I noted. Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown, go ahead.
I think Amanda just wanted to.
That's a mistake on the parking. It's 50% of the standard units. The standard units are now 20. It should say 10. That's right.
Yeah, okay. So, and Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I'm not speaking for the other commissioners, but I'm speaking for myself. When you do address my issues, I think first and foremost, you need to address that first issue I talked about, which is about who is going to pay for the remediation, because without that being addressed, there's no need to go any further for me. So I understand that you have to address Commissioner Sheta's subsurface and remediation questions. By all means, you should start with that.
Okay, and I also think that as part of his discussion, Peter can talk a little bit about payment for the remediation based upon some conversations, but I'll let him speak to that.
Before we do that, can we respond to the comments raised by us, like point by point? Let's start with the building shape, and let's agree that the lot shape. And let's agree that the lot shape is not imposing any hardship, period. Are you in agreement with us on that from the construction cost perspective? Yes or no? How? Can you explain it to me based on your own numbers? If you look at the pro forma, and I'm not sure if you listened to my comments, but you can probably share your screen this time and explain to me how the shape of the site is making any difference construction cost-wise.
Given the hour, 6:03, and that we've been having hearings for 4 hours, and that all of the commissioners have said, we don't think the shape presents a hardship, I don't think we need to hear from the applicant about why they think the shape presents a hardship, because we don't agree. And now we can move on to the environmental question, which is the only way you get a variance of any kind, however slight. You need to demonstrate to us that both Commissioner Sheta's comments about the idea that the environmental remediation is more in the 300 to 500 range or even less, and that that even that amount of money might get reimbursed by the neighbor, and then what's left except a really nice as of right project, it seems to me so far. So I'd say focus on that, and to the extent that you can't answer some of the questions, that would follow up in a submission, okay?
I just want to say that we didn't say this today. We said this last hearing, and we said it repeatedly, and that's not good. When we give instructions, it's not good to just ignore them.
Correct. Okay, let's do this.
I'm assuming I have the floor, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, so I'm Peter Duran. I'm with Equity Environmental Engineering, a licensed professional engineer in the state of New York. I just want to tell you a little bit about the way that I addressed your comments from the last hearing that we attended. Those are all captured on pages 4 through 8 of my submission, the tech memo. I listed your questions, your comments, and then responded to them. I hope that you had a chance to read them. So after the last hearing, I just want to go through the steps that we took to resolve the issue with the groundwater. We contacted the DEC and talked to Jane O'Connell, who's in charge of, in Region 2, both the Newhart site and this particular area. And we explained to her what we were trying to do, which was to construct a building. And she explained to us a couple of different things. One of the questions that the commissioners raised at the last hearing was, are other sites in the area getting money from this Newhart property? Ms. O'Connell point blank told me that no other sites are getting money from the Newhart site. It's a state Superfund site. And presently, the only way that sites in the area can get money is reimbursement if they're in the brownfields program. So it's a different mechanism that they can get money from. Okay, but she did not indicate that there were any other sites. She said, I think she might have said that there were 2 that were looking at putting their applications in, but had not done that. In addition, I said to her, you know, can you tell me a little bit about what's going on with the Newhart property? Because we'd like to use your sheet piling to prevent the migration of contamination onto this property. And she said, unfortunately, the second developer who owned the property has defaulted and they are suing them. And it has now been sold to a third developer. So she said to me that there will be no remediation on the Newhart property in the year 2020 and likely not in 2021. And so she said, do not count on there being a sheet piling around the Newhart property for your work.
So wait a second. So I went online and I see Commissioner Otley Brown's hand up, and I saw that Park Tower Realty has recently purchased the site that's directly opposite. So I think the site's being divided into several portions, and they filed with DEC for pursuing the remedial action plan. And online you can see the construction timeline, and it shows that they're beginning to do their wrap and so on now, with remediation expected sometime in 2021. So that's not that far away.
They applied for the brownfield.
I'm just explaining to you what Jane O'Connell told me.
I know, but so we have additional information. Commissioner Otley Brown, go ahead.
I want to clarify that what I meant was not that they go through the state to get their money, but that they commence a civil action against the owner of the property to get their money. That's what I meant.
Understand.
It seems to me, commissioners, that the central question then becomes a legal one, which is, can the BSA factor in the potential and, quite frankly, risk of litigation awards to a BSA hardship variance, which is, we're happy to address that. Peter's information was merely from the state level and DEC and whether or not we would benefit from the Superfund status of the Newhart property, to the extent that we need to look at a discrete legal issue of factoring in what right now would be, a third developer and whether or not we potentially could have any litigation gains. We can address that. Well, for our purposes, what I'd like to do is merely to establish from Peter's discussion with Commissioner Sheta, the assumptions that were made with regards to dewatering at the site and see whether or not there's any agreement on the factors that are proposed.
No, but
Right, but
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that if you haven't gone down the road of a civil action, then to me, this case is premature, because once we would recognize that you have 1.5 million of remediation costs that can't be compensated, and we grant you the extra floor area, there would be nothing to stop you from then still going to the property next door and trying to get money, which would be double dipping on your resolution to your remediation issues. And so I don't feel comfortable deciding on a grant, given that there is still an unanswered question as to whether or not you can go elsewhere to be made whole. I don't feel comfortable.
So Commissioner Otley-Brown, so this is a ripeness issue as to whether or not the BSA application here is ripe, given a potential collection from a neighboring owner.
Yes, unless you want to just not include your remediation costs, feel free to proceed.
Well, I think what we would do would be to, because the board has asked us to look at ripeness in the context of other applications, we'd be happy to address that discrete legal issue with the understanding that if that prevents the board from granting a variance, then we go along our way and go bring our litigation and et cetera. But we want the opportunity to look at that specific issue, the ripeness issue, but we would like for Peter to address his issues with.
Absolutely. I was just saying from my perspective.
Totally understand.
But I also want to say that I know that you spoke to someone at DEC, but things have happened subsequent to that. And the new Park Tower Realty filing for the Brownfield site is available online, and you can see their construction timeline, which is, and whether or not they've actually proceeded on that. But it seems to me that if during the course of 2020, COVID notwithstanding and how that slows down whatever it may have been that they were doing, if they're talking about sheeting, which is actually described in their remediation analysis, to the extent that their sheeting would be affecting this site, then that has to be considered. And also, there's also that subject of the plume that we've seen both in that submission and in an earlier submission. And by the way, that information is available online. It's a publicly accessible data on DEC's website, that to the extent that that plume was showing that the down gradient is actually not going to your site, then I'm also still confused about that.
That's not true. If you go to pages 48 and 49 and 50 of my submission, you'll see the plume extends from the Newhart property onto this site, onto this property. We included those specifically for that reason. Those came out of the, at least some of those came out of the rod.
Yes.
So.
Yes, that's correct. But I believe we're diverting this conversation from what is being said during the review session. My point is,
before you go on,
remediation.
Commissioner Shedder, before you go on, may I just finish my presentation here, and then you can put your points out there, because I think I'm going to answer some of your questions right here.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So anyway, we did have multiple conversations, multiple calls and Zoom calls with the DEC to take a look at the approach to dewatering, considering that the clay layer in S1 in those geotechnical borings was there, but was not present in S2. And at the depth of the bedrock at 60 feet, the DEC recommended extending the sheeting from the original 20 feet depth to a 30-foot depth and using a well point system. The modeling was reviewed, our modeling was reviewed by the DEC and independently checked. In other words, they ran their own model and confirmed it. And the whole idea—
Can I interrupt you here, please? This is vital for the conversation. Did DEC express concerns regarding your dewatering system?
No.
Okay, can you read on page 58? in your technical memo, where it says, is the confining layer identified beneath the property continuous through the entire property? If confining layer is not continuous, how will it impact the calculated radius of influence? Am I reading this right?
I'm taking a look at it presently.
Page 58, the second paragraph.
Yes.
Okay, and you answered as follows. The clay doesn't appear to be continuous through the site where the clay is absent, a dense silt stratum is present. So you're putting in your submission to them that when the clay is not there, there is a dense or compacted silt stratum that's present, right?
There's a silt stratum, yes.
Let's go to the final two sentences. The stratus in the same paragraph. The stratum extends to a depth of such and such. It is, this is the closing sentence in this paragraph. It is unlikely that the clay, comma, dense silt, comma, weathered rock, or bedrock have significant hydraulic conductivity. Again, hydraulic conductivity is the permeability. And if you're putting the silt and the clay and the rock, weathered rock, and the bedrock in the same bucket, this is a concession from you that there is no difference permeability-wise or hydraulic conductivity-wise between these guys, between these layers. So my conclusion from this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is equivalent to a site with a continuous either clay layer or a silt layer or a mix. If you have this condition, you got what we call it natural plug. And if you got natural plug and you want to dewater significantly, you could reduce the hydraulic gradient within the excavation seriously and drag the plume from the new heart to your site. And I believe this is the concern of the DEC about the continuity of the confinement layer. And you know what? That's why I believe they asked you to put the safeguards about the drawdown outside your excavation. They want to limit your ability to suck too much water out of this site to avoid a damaging consequence, which is having the bloom, attracting the bloom, moving towards your site. What do you think about that?
So my response to you is this: the site is already contaminated with the plume from the Newhart property. That is a definite. If you take a look at all the data that we submitted to you in that submission, the tech memo, you'll see that the groundwater is contaminated with high levels of chlorinated solvents and that there's an L-napple plume on the property.
You don't have to go over this. Agreed. I agree.
Okay. So the idea is that we already have a contaminated piece of property. Their concern was that we not exacerbate the situation by pulling additional contamination over. And so when we took a look at that particular paragraph that you read, later on it says that we are making the assumption that it's not going to affect the modeling. In other words, because we have this tighter material. However, when we went ahead and did the flow netting, you can see that we showed that even at the rates that we're talking about pumping, we have a very minimal ability to draw material or water onto this property from Newhart property. And that was the selling point to the DEC. Once they saw that we were going to monitor that and we were going to adjust the flow rate on the dewatering system based on what we saw in those wells, they were in agreement with the plan.
Okay. It's good that you mentioned the flow net because I want to mention something about this. You're putting sheeting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're seeding that sheeting into the confining layer, clay yourself, right?
No,
about 2-3 feet.
It's only going down 30 feet, so it's not going
Yes,
to tie
the
completely
clay
into the
layer,
clay.
according to the 2 borings that you submitted, the clay/silt layer starts at as shallow as 22 feet. If you look at the 2 borings that you submitted at the 2 ends of the site, you have the clay/silt at 22 feet, which is consistent with the other environmental borings. So if you're putting that shearing 30 feet deep, tip at 30 feet, you're creating a cutoff, right?
If that was the case, I would agree with you.
Okay, so there is no significant flow of groundwater through the fill entering the excavation. That groundwater will enter the excavation from the bottom. Do you agree?
Or underneath the sheeting, yes, because
Yes,
it's
from
not,
underneath, yes, from
Yeah.
the clay, the clay / silt. Am I correct?
I would say if it was continuous, yes.
Okay, how much? No. I would say if you have clay or silt over the entire site, the water is going to be entering the sheeting from these two layers, right?
Well, the permeability of the silt is going to be less or greater than the permeability of the clay, so you'd
Let's
likely
not
get
talk about the
preferential pathway
permeability now.
through there.
Let's agree on something. Correct? It's going to be either flowing through the silt or the clay. Am I correct?
If it's tied into those, yes.
Good. How do you value the permeability of the clay / silt versus the permeability that you used for the flow net analysis?
Say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
How do you compare the permeability or the hydraulic conductivity of silt / clay to a permeability of a material that you plugged in your flow net analysis? How much permeability you used in your flow net?
Well, you'd have to go back and take a look at the dewatering plan, which I did not prepare, but my geologist
I
did.
have it for you. Hold on.
Good.
You used 5 times 10⁻⁵ meter per second.
Okay.
It's on page 63 of the technical memo.
Okay.
In your explanation to the DEC.
Yep.
5 times 10⁻⁵ meter per second. This is done. I'm reading from your submission. If you don't believe in it, you could look at it.
Could you share that with us?
I'm gonna share my screen now. Do you see my screen?
I do.
Okay. Do you see this? Medium sand.
Yep.
Metric. Medium sand. This is meter per second. 5 to 10⁻⁴. But if you go to silt or clay or marine clay, it's 10⁻11 or 10⁻12. I'm sorry, 10⁻9 or 10⁻8, right?
Okay.
This is 1/10,000 less. Do you agree?
I do.
Good. If you look at, let me just stop the sharing. If you let me now share this. Do you see that page? This is 63 of 81 of your response to the DEC or your explanations to them.
I do.
Do you see what is highlighted here?
Yes.
This is the calculation of the discharge in terms of the required drawdown and the permeability of the material through which the groundwater will be flowing, right?
Correct.
Okay. If let's say you have the same conditions, same drawdown, same initial groundwater table, you're extracting from layer 1 to draw down 2 feet or 3 feet with initial groundwater at X, and you're extracting through layer 2 with different K to do the same exact thing. Your discharge would be proportional to the permeability value based on that equation. Am I correct?
That would be correct.
So that means that if you, in your flow net, if you switch the correct number for the permeability to flow through silt or clay, which you agreed upon previously during this session, you would get actually 1/10,000 of the discharge you need to extract to achieve your drawdown. That means that if the discharge is 1/10,000, your dewatering effort should be 1/10,000. The amount of water you're extracting is no longer 7 and something million gallon per whatever. It's not. The amount of dewatering you will get will be way less than that. And I'm not part of the DEC, but I believe the guy in the DEC was good enough to see the continuity of the impervious or the natural plug and question your design. But because he doesn't, it's cost issue here, because he didn't want to say why you're installing that too much dewatering system to just get 5 feet of drawdown while you have closed sheathing and natural plug. You do not need that. You just need probably 4 or 5 sump pumps with the closed sheathing. You're gonna be done in two days probably. And when you dewater this, water is not gonna be coming in again probably until you finish the installation of the foundation. So my point is, the well point that you're proposing is way too much to that site. If this site has the sandy material extending all the way to the rock, I would agree with you. But because you have this plug in place, you don't need that. And it's a risk for you. I'm telling you in a conscious way. If you install this and you lower the water significantly and you continue, you're not at the site. The guy who's at the site at the time of the dewatering didn't see the monitoring well reading, and he just to continue putting the system on, and the water outside goes significantly down. It would create a low gradient condition around your sheathing, and the plume will be rushing to your site. And the moment you pull this sheathing out, all what you did is gonna become voided. I hope you got it.
I understand your opinion and I appreciate it. This plan was approved by the DEC.
I don't care.
I understand.
They don't care about the cost. I care about the cost. If they approved it because they don't care about the cost and they want to give it a shot, they want you try it. If you want to try it, be my guest, but don't plug it in the cost because it's not needed.
Don't forget that the BSA asked us to go ahead and get an approved dewatering plan, so that's why we did that.
I'm not saying we didn't ask for that, but what I'm saying is, I told you during the last hearing that it was one of your assumptions that the clay/silt is continuous over the entire site. And you said, oh, I assumed this 2 years ago, but I just assumed it. And I told you, no, it wasn't 2 years ago, it was just in June or probably 2 months ago, and you submitted this recently. And you said, we'll take a look at it. Now you took a look at it. You're still insisting that the confinement layer or the natural plug is not there, but you just conceded that it is. You just agreed with me that clay is like silt, very low permeability. You didn't just agree. You actually wrote it in your response to the DEC. So it's right. If it is the same, silt is like clay, I would call it continuous clay material or continuous silt material.
I'm sure that my geologist would argue with you saying that silt is clay because they're not the same.
I'm not saying silt is clay. I'm saying hydraulic conductivity wise, they are very close. And this is not my say.
They are very close. I agree with you there.
That's it. We're done.
Okay.
You have a natural plug. You don't need to put, well, you're overkilling the dewatering of this site. If you don't believe it, go do it. But this is what I believe. This is the science. This is what the science says. And if you wanna do deep wells and dewater the bedrock down there, I'm not gonna say don't do it. Be my guest.
Okay. Okay. Anything further to add? So
I just want to finish my comments that once the dewatering plan was approved by the DEC, we finished the remedial action work plan and the stipulation letter. They were both submitted to OER and they were both approved, and OER issued a notice to proceed this week.
Right.
I just want to add some minor thing. You said if you read my comments. Of course, I did read your comments. And let me tell you this, I spent a week looking at this case, and that's a torture for me. And you know what? One of the things that I asked for was—
I tried to make it very readable.
You're a very smart engineer. I asked you to give me a statement that the presented scope is the most cost-effective scope that could be implemented. And you didn't do that. You didn't put it on a piece of paper and submit it to us because you know it's not.
I don't agree with you. This is industry standards. Look, and here we go again, Commissioner. We have different opinions. I'll leave it at that.
and I respect your opinion.
I respect your opinion too.
This is Kevin Williams for Equity Environmental. May I add on to Peter's comments, just administratively here? You know, this is presumption that we are loading the cost. First of all, we followed the direction in terms of procedures that the Department of Environmental Conservation directed us to do so. They would not allow us to over-design. We went back and forth with various approaches on this. And so, Commissioner, like this set of leading questions to deliver to the answer that you are seeking is very unfair. And I think this notion that you're going to substitute your judgment for professional remediation engineer, which is not your practice area. I understand your practice area is in the area of geotechnical, and that you have an understanding of soil. And I do get this, but I'm sorry, we have to work with the agencies, you know, and we are flogged by the agencies to make sure we have a plan that they will accept. And so for you to substitute your judgment on a plan that works, that you think is more cost effective, I mean, I just want to wage that I feel that that is unfair. And if you require additional proofs that this is the most cost effective solution, I understand, but please do not assail members of the engineering team for their efforts in working with DEC and resolving these issues, because we really tried to respond to your concerns. That's all I have to say.
So you're suggesting that the DEC did ask you for well point system installation, operation, and achieving the dewatering using that system, and they said that creating a bathtub and closed sheeting wouldn't work.
They
were the ones that recommended the well point system, Commissioner.
Well point system, yes, we did not recommend it.
The DEC could recommended that?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me something in writing from them?
I guess. Let me go back to my email.
If you know that they recommended that, you should have obtained some correspondences from them. I'm not sure if they did that verbally.
Yeah, we had so many conference calls with them, Commissioner. I'd have to go back and look at my notes and my emails.
But so I don't want to continue with this debate back and forth among the engineers. I just want to say that when you're filling out a form and you fill out a form that leads the DEC to believe that there's a certain conditions, site conditions, then the DEC responds accordingly. And if the site conditions are making certain assumptions without actually knowing, the DEC responds accordingly. And so, and also they err on the side of incredible conservatism. And we're also never looking at a conservative solution. We're always looking at a cost-effective solution. That's why we often look at when you have to do, as you know, remediation. Is it a track 1 or a track 4 remediation? We want to know whether both the chosen track is the really the necessary track, and if it's the more expensive track, then we want to be sure that that track is pursued. So anyway,
Chair, this is Kevin Williams. May I respond to that? Because I think that's an excellent comment. So exactly, we can't get the remediation approved without DEC following the conservative track. So it's not what's most cost effective from a simple engineering standpoint. It is what will be approved through the regulatory agency. So I want to make that point. Plus, they have all of the backup that we have to formulate our opinions, the geotechnical reports. So all of that information has been reviewed. So they're looking at the same information that we use to formulate our calculations. So I do appreciate that notion that sometimes the simplest or the Occam's razor is not going to be the solution. And that's often the case with agencies like DEC and OER, and why they have differential resolutions to remediation problems. So unfortunately, you know, the most cost-effective solution is the one that DEC will accept.
So I just want to point out, though, that we had a meeting with OER to ask them about whether they evaluate the chosen track, for example. That's what we were looking at, right? And they actually said, no, if the applicant comes to us with the most expensive track, we're going to go with that track. We're not going to stop them from doing that, right? We're not going to ask them to go with a lesser version, and that they wouldn't be, yeah. And so, a lot of the times what we've experienced is the applicant opts for the more extreme version for whatever reason. Sometimes it's because like we've learned that the future monitoring is sometimes very costly, and so they'd rather go with the more expensive upfront so they don't have to monitor in the end, those kinds of decisions. But in this case, I have to admit that I'm a little confused by the statement in the response to DEC's question about the ability of the existing soil conditions to function as a plug. It's not really it doesn't seem to be representing the actual conditions. It's assuming sandy conditions or something. It's saying, but if those conditions don't exist, then we have a problem. And then DEC says, uh-oh, well then you should do the sheeting and the dewatering because we don't want you to have a problem. So, but that's confusing. If you have so many borings on the site, then why isn't it known what the conditions are?
Only 2 of those borings went beyond 20 feet deep, and those are the 2 geotechnical borings. The rest of them did not.
So then maybe that's the question, how you resolve it with us, by giving us more borings so that we're persuaded that instead of conjecture, you actually know what the conditions are. Commissioner Sheikh has his hand up.
To get to this point, this is a marine zone. It's close to a waterfront, and the presence of that silty material / clay material is very common in areas like that. So I believe if they do 10 borings, they're gonna encounter either silt or clay. Regarding the cost, I just want to clarify, we're not talking about that cost effectiveness of the cleanup system as a whole. I'm talking about the cost effectiveness of the groundwater control system. That doesn't mean if I can achieve the same site cleaning objectives or site cleanup objectives using system A and system B, and system A cost X and system B cost 10X. Why would go to system B if you can use a much cheaper one? This is my point. I'm not talking about playing with the track to which the site is going to be cleaned to make it clear. This is one thing. But the other thing is if you want to go with sheeting, put it down to 30 feet or even to 60 feet, and probably put well points, put deep wells, and start this system, keep it operating forever. What I'm saying is it's up to you. This is your choice. I'm not the environmental engineer of record on this side. It's like a structural engineer is coming to us and saying, I need 10 feet thick retaining wall. It's hardship. This is very rare. It's rarely done. So I would respond to that engineer saying, you don't need it 10 feet thick. It just need to be 1 foot. And if he says, I want to construct 10 feet, I wouldn't say don't do it. But in my cost estimate, the cost that you're submitting to us, based on which that we can value this grant, whether it's going to be flying or not, do not include the 10 feet, just include the 1 foot that's needed. And that's what we're talking about here. I didn't mean to push you to adapt a certain system. I know my limits, and I'm not stepping into your environmental engineer limit. And I believe the discussion was this: do you agree? And Peter was like nicely, yes I do, yes I do. I didn't push him to agree with me, but I'm talking science here. And regarding my expertise, if you don't know, I have publications that's actually handling the evaluation of the hydraulic conductivity of materials from both lab testing and field testing. And this is the heart of geoenvironmental business here. So yes, my title is a geotechnical engineer / structural, but environmental is called sometimes geoenvironmental engineer. I believe what we're talking about here is something that's related to the geo and the environmental. So And I didn't say something wrong. And if I did, your engineer would have responded to me.
Let me just have one
Wait,
second.
Kevin, let me just, because we've been here for a while. Kevin.
I just want to just one second. Let me digress for 1 second. Commissioner Shedd, I thought the discussion was fascinating, and obviously this is an area that you're an expert at, and I appreciate that. So I don't want to dismiss your very deep dive into this, because obviously you care and you have knowledge on this area, and that's why you deep dove. So having said all of that, obviously it's Peter and I will discuss, perhaps it's based on a limited set of assumptions, related to the composition of the material, whether it's silt or whether it's clay, and that there's more information that could be provided. And so to satisfy your concerns, we can certainly go back to DEC and say, listen, is this a possible alternative to evaluate that's more cost effective and matches your concerns? So fair enough.
That kind of echoes what I was going to say, which is that amazingly, I think we've distilled the issue. And again, thank you to Commissioner Shedd for this in-depth discussion. But basically, it's what level would be acceptable to DEC? I mean, we are dealing with a sister agency here. The applicant here, what I can attest to on the record is the applicant here did not go out and design a dewatering system with the goal of increasing hardship costs so that the board would grant them a variance. That was not the goal. I think everyone can look at that in good faith, but I think that there probably is a discussion here, which is if DEC approaches this conservatively and that the applicant would not be permitted to proceed forward based upon certain assumptions and force sump pumps for 2 days, then we've got an issue, which is that we're backed into these costs and recognizing the expertise of the sister agency, this is what we're left with. So again, I think that, that the points are well taken and there's something for us to look to.
Okay, great. Okay, so.
Here, please, regarding the cost estimate, I did mention this last hearing, please take off the material, the cost items that do not belong to the remediation. You're gonna need sheathing no matter what. You're gonna need to excavate no matter what. Correct the foundation type in the submission to spread footings per your geotechnical report. Look at the cost, the unit price for the concrete. These kind of comments, every hearing we talk about them, you go for 2 or 3 months, you come back without doing nothing on these. That's actually exhaust us.
We've had one.
We actually did take a look at those cost items and we did discuss it with Barbara and Maurice, and we did move things over to construction from the previous estimate.
Okay, but so there seems to still be double dipping as described very clearly by Commissioner Sheta on the review session. He circles the ones that he's concerned about, so we don't have to have a debate about it. Just take a look at those and explain if they're still in, why they're still in, and remove them if they should be removed. Okay, we don't need to debate back.
If you do not have contaminants here, would you need sheathing or not?
Say it again.
Answer.
I'm going to let Barbara answer that question because I'm the
Barbara's
environmental
not engineer. You're the environmental engineer. Come on, man.
Maurice and Peter can address it.
Yeah.
Okay, they'll address it in writing. So the question is, if there was no contamination, would you need sheeting on this site? That's very simple. Wasn't there another question like that? If there were no contamination? No? Commissioner Sheta, did I?
I'm sorry, what is that, Chair?
There were two, I thought. If there's no contamination, would you need sheeting? And if there were no contamination, would you need, I thought there was a second.
If there is no contamination, my point is they would need sheathing because they cannot use anything else other than a closed system like steel sheathing or probably seek and pile wool, which is much more expensive than sheathing. Okay. This is one thing. On the other hand, if they eliminate the well point system because they do not need to dewater for 20 days, they would replace that with something like shallow wells or some pumps. It's going to be operating for probably 2 or 3 times, not days, 2 or 3 times over the foundation installation span. That would eliminate all the cost associated with the well point system, which is huge. That would actually, if you remove the shearing and you remove the cost associated with the well point system, this is kind of like 1 million out of the 1.5 million proposed for the dewatering system and the remediation.
Okay.
It's down from 1 to probably 500, and even this is generous.
I don't want to repeat this because you went over this very well in the review session. So just please listen to the review session that even included displays on the screen and respond in writing to those comments. Okay, let's move on to the cost estimate or to the
Financials.
Analysis. Yeah.
Okay. So hi, it's Barbara Cohen. Going to respond to Commissioner Brown's comments regarding the financials. First, I will say that even though I do live near the water and can gather shells, I really don't participate in shell games. The submission does respond to changes in plans, comments regarding the feeling that the residential stacking plan was inconsistent. And so I certainly went back to review all of that and provided additional support and a framework for dealing with those residential comps. First thing I will say is thanks for catching the environmental cost change that was good on one page, but not so good on the other. And with my laptop open to the spreadsheet, when I put the 1.5 million in all its appropriate places, the as of right goes from the -12 to still a -9. So it still generates a loss. As far as the retail tables, so one of the things I did while waiting was go back and forth and between what was the last submission and this one to be able to see where differences were and why. In the retail, the prior submission retail was only 900 square feet, where in the design this time around it was over 2,000. So of course the adjustment table had to get adjusted, and I had separated out size and made adjustments accordingly. And I also then added in an upward adjustment for that the terrace, the outdoor space terrace area. Now, with my as I sort of discuss is the importance of shape in merchandising. I mean, I thought of this, I took the approach that this space was not only to be limited to a restaurant, which is really if I was just going to do that, then I would, refine things a little further about a restaurant. But I dealt with it as retail and compared things accordingly. And I do believe that a more regular shape does provide a more effective merchandising plan versus a triangular or regular shape retail space. I do give the pro of that it has a larger storefront display, but then I also then moderate that with the challenging merchandising plan. And so the change in the adjustment table and then the rounding up or down to apply what was 85 in the prior in the proposed and then a higher because it was a small space in the as of right was then, and that went because it was coming out at $84, whereas in the new one with all the adjustments it was at 82, and so I applied 80. Okay, and then I applied the little higher for the more regular shape. So that was basically the retail.
Can I just break in there? I just have a comment back. In the
Yeah.
original report, you used $85 and $90 a square foot.
Yeah.
I assume the $90 was for the 900 square feet, the 85 a
Correct.
square foot was for
That's
the proposed, right?
Yes, that's what I
So
said.
the major question I asked was, did you consider the benefit of using that rooftop space for the retail? If you could have a bar or a restaurant, doesn't even have to be connected necessarily to the space
Well, I
below,
did-
or it could be some kind of, I don't know, creative way to incorporate that space. That's the
outdoor
question
gym. Outdoor
right, that's
Well,
the
when I
question
looked at
that,
the-
wait. That's the question I asked, okay? So if the answer was no, let's say the answer was no,
We're
but
talking
you
about the
still
old or
had,
the new?
let's say you
please don't
said to,
interrupt.
wait, I'm saying, let's say you said to me, no, I don't think that rooftop space is of any value. It's of zero value. Then you would go to the fact that your, as of right, and your proposed are now the 2,600 square feet, and you would use the $85 a square foot that you used originally for that larger space, but you didn't do that. So that's my question. You didn't just do that. You then went and readjusted the comparables and ended up with, hold on one second, because now I have to go down. Ended up with $82 a square foot, which you then went down even further and said you're going to use $80 a square foot for that proposed. So I don't even understand why you would go to that point when that wasn't even the question. You could have simply said, from your perspective, no, I don't think it adds anything extra to it, and just use the 85. Why'd you come down another $5 a square foot?
Well,
when you already priced the larger retail space at $85 a square foot. So the retail space didn't get any larger than the proposed retail space. So that was one question. So you still haven't really addressed that to me. What you did is you just readjusted it downward. That doesn't make much sense to me.
The old version was a much smaller space. The size between old
Not
and
the
new
proposed. Not the proposed. The proposed stayed the same because we specifically said what we wanted you to do, what we wanted the applicant to do was to make both spaces the same, the as of right and the proposed.
So I see where now I see where you're going. So I looked at 8231 and I sort of said, well, I shouldn't round up to 85. I should take what it appeared to be. But I will say, I can put in 85 and, it's not gonna, I can certainly put it back to 85. It's not gonna make a.
Right, you could put it back to 85, but then you're gonna have to face the fact that I have a different opinion about it and I'm not convinced by your arguments. That's all, but at least put it back to 85. Now let's move on to the residential, which I feel is a similar kind of process went on.
Before that, I thought, Ms. Cohen, I thought did I hear you right? You said you did the adjustment for the 2.9 million and you fixed that to 1.5, yes. And yes. you still getting negative return on that as of right?
Correct.
Why?
And if I applied, and just to add, if I put in 85 for the retail, it's still not coming out. So
wait, but can we go on? Because now with the residential, I just want to say now when we got to the residential, I said I was not convinced by your argument about the shape negatively affecting the apartments. And since you adjusted the comparable apartments and got an average price, average rent per unit per month of $3,506 for the one bedroom, why did you then use an average of $3,269? If you're appropriately adjusting your comparables, the average that you get from the whole exercise of appropriately adjusting the comparables should lead you to an average that you're going to use. Because basically what you're saying is, why is this comparable different from the subject? Why is this comparable different from the subject? And you're doing those adjustments. There's no need to then go lowball your answer. So that was one of my questions. Wait, can I just say? Okay. What I got in an answer for that was that you still felt that the residential was impacted by the shape. Another question I had asked about, are you accounting for the outdoor space? And you said that outdoor space really isn't a factor here, that people are looking for 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and it's not a factor that you're going to quantify. But then why would a builder build it? Why would a builder spend extra money to make outdoor space if he's not going to reap any benefit from it? So I wasn't convinced by either of those arguments, either the shape argument or the outdoor space. And I wasn't convinced that you should use lower than the average. So what you did do is you then went to the same comparables and you readjusted them even further downward so that now it was equal to what your original assumption of $3,269 a month was. Now your average comes in at $3,260. So you took your comparable average down by $240. And I don't even understand why. It's the same comparables. It's not like you went out and said, oh, I found new comparables that further support that I should have used $3,260. And you did something similar with the 2 bedrooms, although it was not as drastic. So my answer is, not only am I still not finding your arguments convincing as to why you're adjusting downwards the way you are, I don't understand why you would then readjust those comparables yet again.
Okay, so there's a couple of things here. First of all, as far as the outdoor space, as I sort of presented on page 17 and trying to create a methodology, a framework through which to evaluate what is a building where the individual pricing is really the lead here, and that the adjustment tables and the real estate data provided as well. And on top of that, what other units are that are the top of the market that then sort of begins to give you that sort of all your constraints of where these things sort of fit in. Okay, and so unlike the condo plans, which you're familiar with, in which someone came up with sort of a methodology about using the square footage, which is what we use because sales we do by square foot in a condo. There's that mathematical formula, and everyone's happy with that. Okay, rental is not approached that way. So then I said to myself, well, how am I gonna do this, right? How am I gonna try to come up with some method that made some sense? So I researched and I found this sort of survey of amenities and so on, and it showed that outdoor space in New York was not the leading item that renters put on their top list, but it obviously has some importance. So, and then I said, all right, where's the top of the line, the towers, the high view, the water view, I picked those to sort of say, we're not that. So we're certainly gonna be less than that.
You're clearly not that. I agree with you. You and I are in agreement about that point. You are definitely should not be at 5,000 or 4,200.
Right. And so the other thing I did was try to search in the plan a unit that would sort of represent a kind of a standard or a little bit more typical, so that when I did the adjustment tables, I was comparing, a particular unit, so that I'd say that, unit B seems to, be a little more, had a standard balcony versus those that were longer, or had 2 balconies, and so on and so on. And so I say I did the adjustments with those units in mind. So I was using a lot of different ways in which to feel comfortable. Then the next really important piece was to literally go through that stacking plan and identify who had 2 balconies, who had this, who had that. And each and every unit is very, very different, right? And came up with a logical application of not only the unit type, number of bedrooms and baths, its size, how much interior, how much exterior, was it near the potential restaurant terrace? You know, is that a good thing, a bad thing? And where was it in terms of what floor it was on? So all these things I negotiated, of course, with myself about, you know, the pluses, the minuses, and how it related throughout the building for each. And when I went back, as we were waiting, and compared sort of the old and new of the adjustment tables and the old and the current submission of the stacking plan, the differentials in the 1 bedrooms and the 2 bedrooms is between $100 and less than $200. And when you look at those figures and you then also compare them to, you know, the general market data that was provided, it's not out of the ballpark. And so generally, yes, I can go back to that stacking plan and write a narrative about every unit as to why I thought.
No,
the way I
don't
thought.
worry about
I
it.
know you don't want to do, you don't want to read my.
No,
my,
I don't want to read that.
my 19th century, you know, literary piece, but I, you know, I think it's important to, you know, one, sort of recognize, you know, the support that I'm going
Right, but
for,
I
and the
think there's
differentials.
something, right, but there's something missing here, which is looking at the bottom line. So for instance, given my questions about the retail income, I expected the retail income to go up by more than it went up. And what ended up happening is the retail income, the retail income did go up from the previous report in the as of right because the amount of space went up. But the retail income in the proposed actually went down. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, then I looked at the residential, and the residential income in the as of right actually went down. And in the proposed, it actually went down, not by a lot, but it did. So,
but that's because
from my position is I'm asking you for questions and I'm giving you pushback saying that I think you're undervaluing something. And what you're giving me is a second rationale for why you should undervalue it further from my perspective. And I'm telling you in response, I'm not convinced.
No, I'm not.
But that's what's happening. And so that's why I'm saying I don't find that convincing. So I don't know, maybe you have to go back to the drawing board to convince me, but you're not convincing me that your assumptions are working, because the single things that I'm asking you about that I know should impact space is not even impacting it. You're then discounting the space even further. So that's kind of strange.
Well, so you had said the stacking plan was inconsistent, and
yes,
and places you know, and so I did go back and I did sort of recognize things that didn't sort of make sense, and so I made changes. The fact that it ended up a little down versus a little up from the prior, you know.
Right, but if you take into account the other comments I made, it should have gone up. That's all I'm saying, is that the bottom line is after all of that back and forth, I expected it to go up. It did not. I don't find it convincing. I also don't want to be on here for an hour because it's getting late.
No. I mean, look, when the environmental went down, the proposed obviously went higher than what we sort of consider the minimum variance in terms of the returns. Okay. As far as the as of right goes, look, if environmental changes again, fine. I will go back to the again, to see what my thinking was and what I used as a basis, and, whether it deserves a higher rate at the on all these different units. I'll do it. What I won't do is just sort of apply a number that makes it work.
No, I could even make it easier for you. Get an average and stick to the average and just price out the entire thing using your average for the 1 bedrooms and average for the 2 bedrooms. But don't keep going back to the same comparables and discounting the average monthly rent. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Give me averages.
Okay.
And we won't even have to go through the stacking plan because it drives you crazy, and it drives me crazy to have to read through it as well. So I'm going to save you that. Just go to the average and give me the
I'll
averages.
look to see if that makes sense, but I do think, given the design of each of the units, individual stacking plan is why you do an individual stacking plan.
Okay, so I need to stop this because it's going back and forth and back and forth.
And
You really should listen to Commissioner Otley Brown, because, by the way, she drives the boat relative to the financials, right? So
I know, passenger
we
all the
them
time.
and we hear her, and we all have our own skepticism about how it's possible that a unit that's a very cool shape with a view of the river, that and the shape isn't even a weird shape. It's a very doable, usable, pleasant shape that has outdoor access, view of a river, in a kind of cool building with a drive-in. How many buildings have you being able to have your taxi drive you right up at the lobby? Hardly any in all of New York City, et cetera, et cetera. So discount all that. That just sounds silly, right? And otherwise, it's expensive to do it, so don't do it. Right? It's expensive to have that little drive-through and not have that be retail space. So why would you even do that? Plus, this retail has frontage on all sides. How much retail has frontage on all sides? That's
It's
pretty
not regular.
It's not regularly shaped, but you go find how much they rent really large triangles for that have great frontage compared to some little bitty frontage of 25 feet or something. And that's all you get. And it's 25 feet of shotgun all the way to the back with a staircase in the middle.
But we're not on a commercial court. All right. I don't want to argue
But
with
so
Paul,
that,
but it's a nice
goal
picture.
to make it worse and worse and worse. And that's what's making everyone crazy. So now we're going to move, and I see Commissioner Shaita's hand up, but I really want to move to public testimony, assuming there is any, and then maybe a last minute, 2-minute comment from Commissioner Shaita, and that's it. But let's go to the public first.
So this is BSA calendar number 2019-25BZ related to 40 to 48 Commercial Street, Brooklyn. If you're a member of the public, please call in. The number is 646-558-8656, and the meeting ID is 994-5938-8177. And if you call in by telephone, please raise your hand. Although if you're calling in at this hour, we will presume that you would like to speak on this application. Nobody has called in yet.
We're giving it 30 seconds for people to call in. But in the meantime, I just want to, besides recognizing Commissioner Shaita, I do want to go back to the remedial action plan that was approved in 2019 for the contamination site, where there's a whole discussion about the sheeting, the off-site barrier and so on, and the assumption that that will actually be done at some point. And I don't know exactly whether that's being required of the site recently bought by Park Tower, but according to their plan, their construction timeline, they would have started construction on that by the end of 2020 and completed it by early 2021. So we're not very far away from that. And let's just add 3 months of delay or something for COVID, even though construction was allowed to continue. So Commissioner Shaita, did you have a last 2-minute comment?
Yeah, I just want to mention that I looked at the numbers that Ms. Cohen indicated that she fixed the 2.9 million mistake, and she still see an impact for the shape of the building. If we eliminate the 2.9 million, the cost for the regular shape, the irregular shape, would be on the order of 12.6 million. The development cost for the rectangular shape would be 12.3, even based on the numbers that currently before us. So this is no difference, actually. Practically, we're talking about probably 200,000, 300,000 out of 12.3 million. That's like I said before.
Right.
Yeah, it's 1.5%, less than
We're,
that.
we're eliminating the discussion of shape as a hardship, right? I think the discussion about shape really had to do with the units and whether or not they're, and the size of the retail, the shape of the retail, and whether or not it should be discounted just because it's a triangle, even though it's got a lot of really nice square footage. And we see successful retail in triangles, just not little bitty skinny ones.
My
So-
2 minutes are gone. The second point is, if you look at the construction cost, please, all the friction piles are out. All the mob demob is out. All the underpinning is out. You're using shearing. You don't need underpinning. All the pile testing, you don't need that. You don't need piles at all. So if you add up these numbers, these are almost 500,000. If you go to the concrete for the superstructure, they counted this with a square foot. So they give me the total quantity of about 20,000 square feet for the entire building. The unit price for this is $40 per square foot, total of 780, almost $0.8 million for that item by itself. Please do not use a square footage. Assume that the total square footage of the building will be a slab plus columns, and the average thickness of that would be 8 to 10 inches. Get me the total cubic yardage and use a reasonable unit price for the cubic yardage of, let's say, $750 per cubic yard, and get me the cost for that. If you do so.
I'd like to make a comment
Okay, just quickly,
Yes.
please.
quickly, very quick. Victor Folletti, project architect. I would just like a chance to address the borings and the proposal to eliminate the piles. There is a certain classification of soil that we're going to need to dig down to get to good soil as per the geotechnical report. I would like a chance to review this and respond to that in writing as to what additional excavation we're going to need to make in order to eliminate the piles. It's not
You're the
going to be the
architect,
same
right?
excavation as we currently propose. The geotechnical report just said to remove all of the unsuitable soil and then install spread footings. But I believe in order to remove all of the unsuitable soil, and based on one of the borings at least, we may need to go down to 22 to 25 feet. So I think that's going to add to the excavation, which we were trying to avoid, which is why we showed the pile foundation.
Are you the geotech or the architect?
I'm the architect.
I need a response from the geotech. If he want to change his recommendations, I would be more than happy to look at him. But I do have 2 boring logs, and I don't see suitable material extending down to 25 feet.
Well, in boring, it is only, I mean, it's in boring number 1. They show class 6 soil between 20 to 22 feet, and that is unsuitable for bearing.
You're not bearing on that soil. It's down below, and if you got this, they need to evaluate something called potential for liquefaction. If this material is coarse grained material, if it's fine sand or sandy material, they would need to run seismic analysis and make sure that it is not liquefiable. It's not going to turn into liquid during a seismic event.
Correct.
But if you do not have this material as granular material, all what you're going to need to do is just make sure that the bearing on top of this material is gonna be very trivial. And if you put spread footings, I believe this would be the case. However, if you're gonna change your recommendations, and again, I wouldn't commend you to do that. If the geotech is gonna change his recommendations, I would need to get explanation in writing for why would he recommend at the beginning.
That was my point. We would like to respond to that in writing before we make the assumption that we're eliminating piles.
Class 6, I'm sorry, where do you see that class 6?
I'm sorry.
You said in boring number 1.
Boring number 1.
6. Where? What depth?
Step 5, sample number 5. It shows class 6, and then sample number 6 doesn't even give a classification, and then you don't get the...
Let me make your life easier here. You're gonna be wasting money and time. Look, that sample you're talking about has a blow count of 9, and this is granular material, like I said. What the geotechnical engineer, he's not naive. I'm sure he looked at this. He ran the numbers. It's 9 blow counts. If it's 10 or more, likely it wouldn't be liquefiable. It's deep enough below the grade, so the overburden in this material is enough to confine this material. It's not gonna liquefy, and even if it liquefies at one point, I wouldn't, if I am the geotech engineer who's preparing this, I wouldn't care if I have one liquefiable point at that deep. But based on the blow counts that I'm looking at, it wouldn't be liquefiable. This is one thing. If you want the geotechnical engineer to evaluate, he has to explain.
It wouldn't be the first time that a geotechnical engineer has used a boilerplate and missed something like that. So I'm just putting that out there. I don't want us to assume that the piles are going to be eliminated on our next submission.
So here's the thing. Have a geotech engineer who's not present, right?
Yep.
We only have environmental here. Okay. Have your geotech engineer listen to the comments by the commissioner at this hearing, but also importantly at the review session which preceded the hearing, and have him or her respond in writing to the question.
I just didn't want you to think.
It's not fair to debate this between the architect and the engineer, right? It's not the same skill set.
To avoid back and forth, if he's gonna change his recommendations, I would say he need to be present to explain why. I don't want to ask you, when you submit this change your recommendations to us, I don't want to ask you, why did you do so? And you say, I have to go back to the geotechnic, and we drag this conversation.
I just didn't want you to think if you saw it come back with piles that I disregarded your comments.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So Mr. Lobel, make sure that the entire team is present for the next hearing. And you've heard so many comments, lots of skepticism, a lot of issues that need to be addressed. How much time do you need to address this? And by the way, I think you should have time to reach out to the Park Tower DEC with respect to the Park Tower site, and maybe even the developers at the Park Tower site, to get a copy of their remedial action plan and filter that in case there is off-site sheet or other kind of remediation that would obviate the need for certain types of remediation on your site.
Understood,
Okay,
Chair.
so,
Yes.
okay.
I would say that I would just have Kevin and Peter, I feel that whatever else we need to accomplish will be accomplished within the time frame of when they need to, what they need to go to potentially go to DEC. So for Kevin and Peter, I'd ask just how much time they need to inquire with regards to the dewatering system.
Yeah, so I just want to ask Commissioner Shetta, thank you for the detailed review, and we want to make you happy. You know, we want you to say, this is what I asked for. I want to come back to the next hearing and make sure we do that. So I want to confirm a few things before we establish a timeline. So I'm just beg your patience for 20 seconds. So first of all, we're going to confirm what's going on at Newhart in terms of the schedule, because if they're going to put forward, if they have a RAP that's approved and they have somebody that's going to implement it, obviously that's going to obviate a lot of the additional work. So assuming we get a schedule on that and they're like, hey, it's 2024 or further, you know, then we have an answer to step 2. So step 2, Commissioner, you asked us to adjust the cost estimate to include only costs related to remediation, right? And obviously it's going to go back to assumptions related to what are the whether we need sheeting without contamination. So we'll have to prove that. So the next thing is, in terms of testing your assumptions and confirming whether there's a lower cost solution, what sort of documentation is going to satisfy you? And obviously, I don't know if we can, because we already have an approved ROP from OER and we have an approved dewatering plan from DEC. So what that means is to test your assumptions, there was notion there that we may have to do additional geotechnical bores because we only have a few to test the assumptions on the nature of the soil. And so the question here, I guess, is, we're not going to ask the state to value engineer our plan, but obviously you need some proof that we have supplied a technique that really is something that DEC is going to require. And so the idea is that we want to test your concept, I guess, and have that dialogue with DEC. And what sort of documentation will you need from that to basically say, DEC will only accept this type of plan, right? So that's where I wanted to go, Commissioner, because we want to make sure, we want to get your love.
I'm not asking you to do any more borings. I believe the borings you've done so far are more than enough. You did 2 deep borings from which you could conclude what we explained. If you're telling me that if I submit to the DEC or to anybody else, any other city agency, that a shallow well system with, let's say, 4 shallow wells or 5 shallow wells or 5 sump pumps placed inside the excavation, utilizing the sheeting as water cutoff, the same way they are installed right now, is not gonna work. They have to explain that. My point is, this is less money. This is less impact on the.
I need to interrupt because I'm afraid it's going on too long. I just want to give the instruction.
Yes.
So Commissioner Sheta had a design concept that he believes that you should pursue.
Yes.
You should go with a drawing of that design concept to DEC with your boring data, all the information that Commissioner Sheta is relying on to conclude that you can use that method, and go to DEC and say, the commissioner at the BSA, who's a geotech and structural engineer and so on, suggests that based on this scientific data about the borings, the following system would be usable. What do you think? Can we use this system? I think that's the simplest way to do that. And then I want to go back just for a second on the Newhart site, just so you know that the remedial action plan that is supposedly filed already is for 45 Commercial Street, because Park Tower did not buy the entire block. They bought one parcel that's 45 Commercial Street, and that's where they applied for a brownfield, to be approved as a brownfield, okay?
Is that the portion of it that's to the right, if you're looking at it, to the east? Because that was one of the things that Jane O'Connell said, is that the portion of it that is the most contaminated is the one to the left, not to the right. So the west, not the east.
So maybe so, but
so we should get clarification on that.
yeah, I'm looking at Clay Street. Here we go. Oh, that's yours. Sorry, I was looking at theirs. The one to the right, I'm not sure I know which way is right. So if you look at the apex of your triangle, it's the one closest to your apex.
So it's the left-hand one, not the right-hand one.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we'll just we'll get
I don't know what,
clarification
that's what I mean. I hate left and right.
No, that's right. I get it. I understand.
I could show it. I have it on my screen if you want.
45 Commercial Street is basically between Commercial Street and Newtown.
This one here.
It's 45. Yeah, it's that one. Thank you.
This one. It's right across the street.
Right across the street from the apex.
It's basically, it's between Commercial and the Newtown Creek, but fronting on Commercial.
Yeah, I know, but they're saying that there's another part to the site that's
Yeah,
also.
there's two pieces to that property, correct.
Yeah,
Let me
so
clarify that with Jane O'Connell at the DEC.
Okay, I mean, this
All right.
is something that you can get online without even going to the DEC. It's it's dec.nyc.gov/data deck docs C224304 application BCP C224304 2020-0107 BCP.
And Peter, please, if you're gonna be submitting to the DEC one more time, please plug in the right conductivity for the silt/clay, not the one for the fill. In addition to that, and I didn't want to mention this, the flow net that was submitted, all the methodology used, it's based on isotropic soil condition. This is not the case. Whoever is preparing that flow net will need to consider an isotropic condition to properly evaluate the discharge.
Understand.
Thank you so much. And let me say that I had the honor to interact with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Thank you for the Mutual Admiration Society ending. I do appreciate all the hard work. I know everyone is an expert who's here on this call, so I do appreciate all the work of experts. There is one person who's been silent. I want to make sure it's not a member of the general public. Maurice Biole, is that person on your team?
Yes, that's our cost estimator.
Oh, okay. All right, so I think we've heard from everyone who wants to speak. So thank you, everyone. Did we get an idea of submission? Kevin?
Roughly, Kevin, you think roughly 30 days?
30 days, absolutely. I think we can do that.
Okay. So we're not going to be able to accommodate a 30-day submission schedule anyway, so you'll have more time than that. We will let you know when the next hearing would be, okay?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. For
Yeah, I need some time to rest before I spend another week on that case, please.
Oh, you know you loved it, Commissioner.
All right.
There's a lot of good feeling here. We should end on this note.
You know that you were sleeping well during that week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Everyone.
This concludes the public hearing for August 11th, 2020, 2 p.m. session.
Yay. Thank you, everyone. Very heroic. Lots
you.
of hours.
Thank
6.5
you.
hours.
Thank
Thank
you.
Be safe, everybody.
Bye. Take care.